Chapter 6:12. Wang Chong only smiled. The eagle had clearly understood. In this campaign to the south, Wang Chong had carefully considered and researched every one of his strategies. If he had not been certain that the sheep plague would be effective, he would never have made such an arrangement. Turning around, Wang Chong slowly vanished from the summit. Although Li Sai's surprise army had been effective, the Mengshi, Yusang army had not retreated. As long as the problem of water was not resolved, Wang Chong would not be able to relax. No one could help him in this matter. The imperial court could not help him, nor could Su Yiqin. No one could help him. He could only rely on himself to think of a solution. Let me tell you, my words are in order. If I say that you're not allowed to get close to the people of the Wang clan, then you're not allowed to get close to them. If you don't listen to my advice, be careful that I don't become merciless. The palm of a middle-aged man slammed heavily on the table with great force. Wang Chong could never have imagined that while he was in trouble in the southwest, in the distant capital, Su Yiqin, the future king of logistics that Wang Chong had predicted, was also in trouble. By the way, I've already ordered for those people sent by the Wang clan to be driven out. You're forbidden from leaving for 3 months. The middle-aged man had a stern expression, the veins on his forehead bulging. It was clear that he was in a state of rage. Big uncle. Su Yiqin raised her head to look at the middle-aged man, her expression as cold as ice. The matter between me and the Wang clan is my personal matter. It has nothing to do with the Su clan, and it has nothing to do with you. Don't meddle in my business. Bastard thing. Even at a time like this, you're still saying such things. Su Henian was infuriated, his hand raised and ready to strike. You dare. Su Yiqin was unafraid. She was not her big uncle's person. No matter what, today's matter had gone too far. Su Zhongnian, look at the fine daughter you raised. King Qi has already visited twice. Han and Rong were stripped of their official titles because of you. Su Zhongnian, is this daughter of yours trying to destroy our Su family? Su Henian suddenly turned his head and harshly cursed the ashamed middle-aged man behind him. This person was naturally Su Yiqin's father, second master Su Zhongnian, as well as Su Henian's second brother. Although they were both stewards of the Su clan, Su Zhongnian's personality was the complete opposite of Su Henian's. Su Zhongnian hadn't learned the slightest bit of the Su clan's abilities. He hadn't been able to help the clan in the slightest, but he had caused quite a few disasters and slip-ups back then. If she hadn't given birth to a daughter, Su Yiqin, she wouldn't even be able to sit in her position. Qin, listen to your uncle. The Wang clan isn't related to us in any way. There's no need to offend His Imperial Highness Prince Qi for them. Su Zhongnian looked at his daughter, his voice soft and almost pleading. Big uncle, you dare speak of King Qi? Su Yiqin paid no attention to her father, Su Zhongnian. Instead, she turned to her big uncle, Su Henian. Humph, you still don't know. Many of the Su clan's descendants have been inexplicably stripped of their official titles or kicked out of the Bureau of Revenue, Bureau of Personnel, and Bureau of Agriculture. All of our Su clan's power is here. Do you know what this means? Not only that, 10 of the clan's 18 major trade routes have been severed, and 23 of the 68 branch trade routes have been severed. Have you looked at the clan's accounts? In just this month, the clan's income has shrunk, and it's still dropping. All of our income isn't even 40% of what it used to be. How many people does the Su clan have? Do you think that the daily expenses and the various trade routes don't need to be spent? Such a large clan can't even stop for a single day. You've actually reduced it by 60%. Take a look at these accounts for yourself. As Su Henian spoke, he took out a large stack of accounts from his sleeve and slammed them down in front of Su Yiqin. Our Su clan rose to prominence during the Sui dynasty. We experienced the fires of war and the various political storms of the imperial court. It was not easy for us to reach this day. We have truly experienced all sorts of tribulations. Do you not know what kind of person King Qi is? So now, do you really want to destroy our Su clan for the sake of an outsider? Su Henian's eyes blazed with fury, making no attempt to conceal his emotions. At any other time, the entire Su clan would have wanted nothing more than to pamper this proud daughter of the Su clan. Moreover, she was doted on by the old master. But this time, he had gone too far. Honor and Ronger were his two most beloved sons, and also the ones he had placed the greatest hopes on. In order for them to enter the Bureau of Personnel and Bureau of Revenue, he had paid an enormous price. But in a single day, for no reason at all, they had been stripped of their official titles and kicked out of the Bureau of Personnel and Bureau of Revenue. One could easily imagine the fury in Su Henian's heart. Su Yiqin said nothing, only solemnly picked up the Su clan's account books and began to flip through them one by one. She had always been intelligent and had long since begun to examine the clan's accounts for her father. She was no stranger to these things. Time slowly passed. Su Henian stood to the side, his face ashen, while Su Yiqin's father, Su Zhongnian, wore an uneasy expression. Su Qiqin was the only one who slowly flipped through the account book. Slowly. Su Yiqin's complexion grew more and more grave. How could this be? This is too despicable. Su Yiqin's complexion was pale, her entire body trembling. Her big uncle had said that 10 of the Su clan's 18 major trade routes had been severed, and 23 of the 68 branch trade routes had been severed. Their income had been reduced by 60%, but Su Yiqin was skilled in accounting. She discovered that the situation was even more serious than her big uncle had described. These accounts involved at least 11 major sales contracts, all of which were recorded in the Court of Judicial Review. If they were breached, the Su clan would have to pay an enormous price. This involved millions of taels of gold. Not only that, the Su clan's accounts clearly showed that someone had tampered with them. This matter could be concealed from others, from her big uncle, but not from Su Yiqin. Su Yiqin smelled the thick scent of a conspiracy. There was no doubt that someone was planning to move against the Su clan. And the only person Su Yiqin could think of was King Qi. How about it? You have nothing else to say, right? Let me tell you, in 3 months, if you dare to walk out of this gate and have any dealings with the Wang clan, don't blame me for turning my back on you. When the time comes, the clan will be enraged, and not even the old master will be able to save you. Su Henian saw that Su Yiqin's complexion had turned pale and knew that his words had an effect. Throwing down these words, he flicked his sleeve and left. Ha! Su Zhongnian glanced at his daughter, gave a long sigh, and turned to leave the room. Only Su Yiqin was left standing in front of the window, stunned and speechless. Walala! The moment Su Henian and Su Zhongnian left, a flapping of wings came from outside the window. A sliver of clarity returned to Su Yiqin's eyes. Raising her head, she saw that a gray messenger pigeon had at some point landed on the open window lattice. On the pigeon's leg was a familiar golden leggings. But unlike usual, there was a thin red string tied to the golden leggings. This is, Su Qiqin's expression changed slightly when she saw the thin red string that had appeared. In the agreed signal, this was a signal that would only appear in an emergency. Su Yiqin undid the leggings and quickly opened the message. A line of words immediately entered her eyes. It was a simple sentence, but it made Su Qiqin's heart sink. Big Uncle. King Qi. Plagued from within and without, countless pressures surged at her. In all her life, Su Yiqin had never encountered such a situation. On one side was the clan that had raised her, and on the other side was Wang Chong, who had trusted her and entrusted his life to her. Su Yiqin had to make a choice. Su Yiqin's heart was racked with agony. She knew that King Qi would not give her too much time. Young miss, what do we do? Are we really going to offend King Qi for Wang Chong and send our clan to its doom? The delicate maid Huan Yen, who had been serving Su Yi-Qin this entire time, worriedly said. She knew of her young Mrs. feelings for Wang Chong, but the nature of this time was different. King Qi was an imperial prince of the Tang dynasty, and his influence in and out of the court was deeply rooted. The Su clan could not afford to offend him. As a logistician family, the basic way to protect themselves was to build a good relationship with the royal family, not to antagonize them. In the past, there had been too many such examples. Yen, you can leave first. I need some peace and quiet. Su Yi-Qin slumped back into her chair. She rested her forehead on one hand and remained motionless. For the first time, a trace of haggard expression appeared on that icy and beautiful face. Splash! Large streams of cold spring water poured out of the water bags without any hesitation. The Tibetan soldiers at the base of the mountain were even laughing heartily as they used the drinking water to wash their highland steeds and their armor. Large amounts of clear water flowed to the ground and even converged into small streams. Ha ha, so comfortable. Meng Shi Zhao's cavalry carried buckets of water and poured it over their heads. This scene played out at the foot of the mountain every day from morning to night. But every evening, the water on the ground would be buried or sprinkled with poison, leaving no chance for the Annam Protectorate. On the mountain range a restless atmosphere was pervading. Young Master, Daluan Ruozhen is too despicable. He knows that we lack water, so he sends people to the foot of the mountain every day to disturb the army with water. If this continues, I'm afraid we will collapse without a fight. Chapter 613. The Annam Protectorate's water shortage was already quite serious. Daluan Ruozhen's surprise attack was effective. On the same day, Wang Chong's army ran out of water. Now, even high-ranking generals like Luoji had rough skin and cracked lips. It was obvious how serious the Annam Protectorate's water shortage was. The Annam Protectorate had less than a tenth of its original number of stoves, and the war horses' drinking water was restricted to the limit. The morale of the army had long fallen. Everyone was panicking. At this time, Daluan Ruozhen still used drinking water to disturb the Annam Protectorate. Although this move is simple, it's quite effective. We don't have a good solution at all. The eagle looked at the foot of the mountain worriedly. The Tang dynasty's water shortage was no secret. Even the low-ranking soldiers knew that there was not much water left in the barracks. Every day, Daluan Ruozhen would have people come to the front of the formation and wantonly use water to bathe and wash the horses, provoking everyone. They were already severely dehydrated. Under such circumstances, everyone felt their lips becoming increasingly dry and cracked. Their hearts were getting more and more thirsty. This was a completely uncontrollable instinctive reaction. Even though everyone knew that this was a battle of life and death, they still had this uncontrollable reaction. The eagle could feel the restlessness even from the top of the mountain. One could imagine how they felt. Kill the horses. Wang Chong suddenly said. What? The eagle was stunned. He couldn't react in time. Kill some of the war horses and use their blood to temporarily quench our thirst. This is the only expedient for now. Wang Chong said in a low voice. But, without the war horses, what will happen to young Master's plan? Moreover, the Annam Protectorate doesn't have many war horses now. The eagle was stunned. He never expected Wang Chong to suddenly suggest such a strategy. In the previous battles, the mountaintop cavalry that Wang Chong had set aside had played a huge role. It could even be said that they had played a key role in turning the tide of the battle. Fenjie had led Meng Shi Zhao's most elite Dragon Sun Corps and had almost pierced through the Tang dynasty's defensive lines, killing their way to the summit. In the end, it was Wang Chong's cavalry who used a surprise attack to seize an opening and cut off the Dragon Sun Corps from the front to the back, breaking his edge. More than a third of the Phoenix Sun Corps had died in battle, and even Fenjie had almost died on the mountain. If it wasn't for his subordinates escorting him as he fled for his life. Without warhorses, the Tang dynasty would lose a lot of room to maneuver. Just kill some of them. Every day that he could delay was one day at a time. Now, they were competing to see who could last longer. Pass down the order. Now, the daily consumption is calculated by the drop. Unless it's absolutely necessary, you absolutely can't waste a single drop of water. Wang Chong said. For an army of 60,000 to be supplied with water by the drop every day, this was simply unimaginable for a regular army. But right now, there was no other way. If it were in the past, this sort of thing would absolutely cause a massive panic. But now, after Daluan Ruozen's incessant embellishment, there was actually nothing to worry about. This could be considered a wrong move. This subordinate understands. The eagle nodded. In addition, Daluan Ruozen's current situation isn't any better than ours. Under the banner, Wang Chong looked across from him and suddenly laughed. Daluan Ruozen had done his best, pouring pot after pot, bag after bag, bucket after bucket at the base of the mountain in front of all the Anam Protectorate soldiers, washing horses, bathing. But in his own situation, Wang Chong didn't even need to do anything, didn't need to imitate him, and it was already chaotic enough. There was a shortage of water, so he just had to conserve a little. Previously, he used to take 1 bag a day, but now he took 5 or 6 drops twice a day. 7 or 8 drops was enough, and he could endure it for a while. But without beef and mutton, what if he couldn't get used to the food of farming tribes? Ask people who ate beef and mutton every day to eat rice. Eat vegetables. That was what they called grass. Anyone else might have been able to endure, but Uzun was famed for his viciousness, courage, and belligerence. He wasn't the sort of person who could control his temper. Standing at the top of the mountain and looking down, the front of the formation was completely calm. But the rear of the Mengshi, Yusang army was in chaos. Even at this distance, Wang Chong could still hear the clamor. In a single day, Wang Chong had seen 17 or 18 fights, all of them between Mengshi, Yusang soldiers. Wang Chong could easily guess that Uzun's men were running low on food, so they had definitely turned their attention to Uzun's men. After all, Mengshi, Yusang were nominally allies, and Uzun had only sent soldiers for Mengshi Zhao's sake. Alas, the two sides didn't speak the same language, so this became pure and unreasonable quarreling, intentionally finding fault with each other and even starting to fight. The gap between them only grew deeper and deeper. If this continued, Wang Chong wouldn't even need to do anything to see the Mengshi, Yusang army begin to wear each other down and suffer heavy casualties. Daluan Ruozen, no matter how monstrously intelligent you are, you still couldn't have imagined this. If you want to deal with the Tang dynasty, you'll have to pay the price. No matter what, Uzun will never be the victor. Wang Chong quietly said to himself as he looked into the distance. I need to calm down for a bit. The eagle, I'll leave this place to you. With these words, Wang Chong turned and vanished from the summit. At the base of the mountain, in his tent, Daluan Ruozen's situation was far more serious than Wang Chong had imagined. Letter after letter flew into Daluan Ruozen's hands like snowflakes. On the first day, countless warhorses and spies were traveling back and forth between the plateau and the Tang dynasty's southwest. A plague of unprecedented proportions was currently breaking out on the plateau. Hundreds of thousands, even millions of cattle and sheep were falling to the ground in large swaths. Although cattle and sheep were the staple food of the Uzun people, once they were infected with the plague, they could no longer be used as food. And if they ate infected cattle or sheep, even humans would die of the disease, and there was no way to treat them. Daluan Ruozen had only sent several 100,000 soldiers to besiege the plateau, forcing Wang Chong and the Tang people into a state of thirst. But Wang Chong had plunged most of the steppe into a famine. The plague was currently spreading from the Ngari royal lineage to the entire plateau. Its effects were so great that even the Tsenpo had been alarmed. Right now, that Senpo had mobilized a large number of soldiers to intercept the Ngari royal lineage and kill all the wandering cattle and sheep. Even the great general who was locked in battle with Geshu Han had been pulled out of the army. From this, one could easily imagine the severity of this matter. But even so, there was no guarantee that no fish would escape the net. The more Daluan Ruozan looked at the documents on the table, the more alarmed he became. If not for the fact that the war for the Southwest had reached a critical juncture and it was hard to get off a tiger if you rode it, he would have long since led the army back. This son of the Wang clan. Daluan Ruozan clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging. As the wise minister of the Ngari royal lineage, Daluan Ruozan had always held a feather fan in his hand. He had always given the impression of a cultured and refined man who rarely got angry. But this matter had completely surpassed the limits of what Daluan Ruozan could accept. Wantonly spreading a plague across the steppe, poisoning and killing tens of thousands of cattle and sheep, turning the entire steppe into a land of plague. If one did not know about this matter, they would find it very difficult to imagine that a youth not even 17 years of age could do such a thing. Daluan Ruozan had always believed that Wang Chong had some talent but lacked experience in the art of war. Only now did he realize that this youth on the mountain possessed a heart even colder and more frightening than he had imagined. "Have you found those some elite cavalry?" Daluan Ruozan asked. Replying to Prime Minister, "They come and go without a trace, and they are extremely strong. The tribal herdsmen of the plateau are simply incapable of stopping them. Moreover, their weapons are also very sharp. When our weapons touch them, they easily break." A messenger had been kneeling at the entrance to the tent for some time. "Sharp." Daluan Ruozan closed his eyes, vaguely recalling something. "By the way, Prime Minister, the experts of the Great Snow Mountain Temple are already tracking them." The messenger raised his head and said as he recalled something. "Got it." Daluan Ruozan raised his head and looked at the top of the tent, but his expression did not change in the slightest. After such a long time, the cavalry still had not been dealt with. Obviously, they had found a way to get rid of the people of the Great Snow Mountain Temple. Moreover, this terrible disaster had already spread across the plateau. What awaited Uzan would be a disaster that would last for years, decades, or even decades. Right now, the plateau was already a hell. The damage had already been done, and it was already too late to say anything. "Pass down my order, block the news. Before the war ends, don't let anyone know about what happened on the plateau." Daluan Ruozan closed his eyes and said, his clothes trembling. In his decades as a prime minister, this was the first time he had been forced to this point. "Yes, Prime Minister," the messenger replied. The messenger in the tent responded. When he got up, his body paused for a moment, but he quickly stood up. "Speak. What did you find?" Daluan Ruozan asked without raising his head. "Prime Minister, if that kid on the summit. He can speak our language of Uzan." The messenger gathered his courage and looked at the great minister in the tent, his eyes full of worry. That son of the Wang clan was the instigator of all this. This was the best time for him to spread the news. "Impossible." Daluan Ruozan denied without hesitation. He raised his head and closed his eyes, making it impossible to discern the slightest emotion on his face. Even though he's the one who spread the plague, if he's a smart person, he won't say anything. No one will believe him either. Many people knew that the logistics of the Uzan army had encountered a problem. But no one could have guessed that this was related to the unprecedented plague on the plateau. Chapter 6:14. You can leave. Let me have some peace and quiet. Daluan Ruozan said. The tent was empty, but a young figure had clearly appeared before Daluan Ruozan's eyes. At this moment, he was keenly aware that on the other side of the mountain, there was someone just like him, their brows tightly shut, suffering from the same vexation, unable to sleep. In these few decades, Zhangqiu Jianxiong had been no match for him, and neither had Xianyu Zhongtong. Daluan Ruozan had never imagined that just when he had the absolute advantage in numbers, he would encounter the most valiant foe he had ever encountered. In this battle, it was already foreordained that there would be no victor. It was just a matter of who would lose more miserably. Wuxia, we won't lose. Absolutely not, right? Daluan Ruozan didn't even raise his head as he spoke to Wuxia Huizang, who had appeared behind him at some point, a rare hint of exhaustion in his voice. Relax, we won't lose. Absolutely not. I will always believe in you. Hidden in the shadows, Wuxia Huizang pressed a broad and powerful palm against Daluan Ruozan's shoulder. The southwest of the empire finally welcomed a rare moment of peace under the assault of Wang Chong and Daluan Ruozan. But for the Tang dynasty and the surrounding powers, this was destined to be an uneasy moment of peace. The tigers devouring the dragon and overthrowing the Tang dynasty had begun with Mengshi Zhao and Uzan in the southwest. That was the beginning of everything, and it was also destined to be the end. Victory or defeat in that place would determine the outcome of the entire war. The Goguryeo Empire, the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates, the Abbasid Caliphate, Karak-Spazinu, countless eyes were watching that place. Every day, countless pigeons flew out of the southwest. Sir, Uzan's army seems to have been reduced by a lot. In Longxi of the Tang dynasty, traces of the flames of war could be seen everywhere. Desolation and scars could be seen everywhere. On top of a dilapidated Big Dipper city, a high-ranking captain of the Big Dipper army gazed at the tall plateau across from him and suddenly cried out. Longxi had been embroiled in a bitter battle for a long time. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time Uzan's side had such a sign. At the top of Big Dipper city, Geshu Han stood motionlessly on the city walls. He had fair skin and a handsome face. Even though he was already past his 30s, he still possessed an astonishing temperament and charm. However, Geshu Han's ability to suppress the western border and become the Big Dipper Great General of the Great Tang had never been due to his appearance, but his formidable strength and superb grasp of the art of war. Geshu Han exuded an extremely sharp aura. Just by standing on the walls, he was like an unsheathed saber, standing guard over the city walls and blocking wave after wave of attacks from the Uzan. But not even Geshu Han could understand this change in the Uzan. Huitadra Konglo was the king of generals of the Uzan, his status above that of Wuxia Huizang and Duso Mengpoch. Logically speaking, this sort of mistake should not have occurred. There's a problem on the plateau. As Geshu Han was furrowing his brow in thought, a heavy, mellow, and dignified voice came from behind him. Behind the city gate tower, a middle-aged man dressed in court attire and wearing a jade python belt, with a square face and an honest look on his face, appeared to be extremely wise and farsighted. Although his appearance was gentle and his facial features were not particularly handsome, this middle-aged man exuded an aura as boundless as the sea. Geshu Han was the Big Dipper Great General, presiding over the western border and possessing peerless strength, but he was still a head lower than this middle-aged man. Teacher. Geshu Han's expression flickered, and he excitedly bowed in respect. Geshu Han's status as the Big Dipper Great General meant that only the Crown Prince's junior guardian, the former commander of the Big Dipper army, the war god of the Tang dynasty, Wang Zhongxi, could make him lower his head and call his teacher. In the Tang dynasty, everyone knew that Geshu Han had once been Wang Zhongxi's subordinate and had been promoted by Wang Zhongxi. It was precisely because of Wang Zhongxi that he had reached his current level. But very few people knew that the relationship between Geshu Han and Wang Zhongxi was far from that of an ordinary subordinate and commanding officer. In truth, Geshu Han had been raised single-handedly by Wang Zhongxi. Rather than saying that Geshu Han was Wang Zhongxi's subordinate, it would be better to say that Geshu Han was Wang Zhongxi's student. In private, in Longxi, Geshu Han had never addressed Wang Zhongxi as lord, but as teacher. He had long ago learned that the Crown Prince's junior guardian Wang Zhongxi had left the capital. But Geshu Han had not expected Wang Zhongxi to arrive so quickly. In the face of a major war, Huitadra Konglo will not easily mobilize his troops. Unless something unexpected happens on the plateau. A gentle breeze blew as Wang Zhongxi stood on top of the city gate tower. He gazed at the fluttering war flag in the distance, as well as the white warhorse beneath it. In terms of understanding of Uzun and Huitadra Konglo, no one understood it better than Wang Zhongxi. The two of them had always been formidable foes. Alas, Huitadra Konglo had still lost to Wang Zhongxi by a single move. High primordial transformation. Geshu Han slightly creased his brow. Because of the unique geography of the plateau, Uzun could be considered the most comfortable country outside of the Tang dynasty. Other than the Tang dynasty, which had fought its way to the plateau several times in its wars with Uzun, no other faction had been able to invade the plateau. The plateau's unique geography and altitude made it difficult to breathe, and outsiders simply could not stay there for too long. With such a comfortable geography, what problems could the Uzun Empire have? Have you investigated the southwest? Wang Zhongxi suddenly asked, a profound look on his face. The southwest? Upon hearing these two words, Geshu Han froze, a trace of astonishment flashing across his handsome face. In the southwest of the Tang dynasty, the 180,000 soldiers of the Annam Protectorate had been defeated, and Li Zhengyi's tens of thousands of reinforcements had been ambushed and defeated by Huishu Wuzong. Geshu Han had long ago received this news. The southwest was currently in a state of complete collapse. Could there still be a chance for the southwest to turn? I heard that a lion city has appeared in the southwest, Wang Zhongxi slowly said as he looked into the distance. Oh. Geshu Han slightly creased his brow as he glanced at Wang Zhongxi and then at the southwest, a pensive look on his face. Good news, Huanfu's Weibo has been opened. If you want to know how I'm doing, you're welcome to follow me. Carrot, how can a puny Annam Protectorate without Zhangqiu Jianqiong standing guard be so firm? In a massive tent on the vast steppe, a bearded and bare-chested Turkic man impatiently remarked as he ate a fragrant roast leg of lamb. Great Khan, Daluan Ruozan and Huishu Wuzong have met their match this time. More than 300,000 Uzun cavalry and several 100,000 Mengshi Zhao soldiers have been trapped on a small mountain, unable to break through. The Western Turkic prince of the left virtuous said. His aura was vast and boundless, as vast as the mountains and seas. Oh. Is the Annam Protectorate that formidable? Didn't they say that they only have less than 100,000 soldiers? Could it be that Xianyu Zhongtong has such talent? No, Great Khan. I hear that it's a child called Wang Chong who's particularly skilled in the art of war. Before Mengshi Zhao and the Tang dynasty even began fighting, he built the Lion City on the Arai Plains, and he's currently in command of the Annam Protectorate. Oh. Osmish Kagan put down the leg of lamb in his hand, a grave look finally appearing in his eyes. Great Khan, the Tang dynasty is still our enemy. Should we help them now? The prince of the left virtuous probed. The tent was deathly still, the only sound being emitted by the flickering of the fire. The Western Turkic Khaganate was currently doing its utmost to attract the armies of the Tang dynasty's Biting Protectorate and Qishi Protectorate. If they wanted to help Mengshi Zhao and Uzun, it was very quiet in the tent. No one spoke. We'll do as you say. After a long while, Osmish Kagan finally nodded. In addition, investigate that Wang Chong. I want to know everything there is to know about him. The Eastern Turkic Khaganate, Goguryeo, the Abbasid Caliphate, Karak Spazinu, the Tang dynasty's prolonged war in the southwest had attracted everyone's attention. No one had expected that, without Zhangqiu Jianqiong, the Annam Protectorate would be able to hold out for so long against the frenzied assaults of Jelifeng and Daluan Ruozan. Each empire was taking their own actions to help Mengshi Zhao and Uzun. Some empires had begun to send soldiers to instigate small-scale battles, while others had begun to think of ways to directly assist Uzun and Mengshi Zhao. The night wind blew. It was already the second day after the armistice. Wang Chong sat cross-legged by himself beneath the banner fluttering high in the sky. His brow was creased, and there was a hint of worry in his expression. Wang Chong rarely revealed his true thoughts in front of his subordinates. Only when he was alone would he reveal his true thoughts. In the darkness, Wang Chong's gaze slowly swept over the surface of the mountain, over the dense ranks of soldiers at the foot of the mountain. An almost imperceptible hint of worry appeared in his eyes. This was an army with strict discipline. This was also an army that had experienced many trials. There was no better army in the southwest, because this was also the last army in the southwest. But at this moment, Wang Chong sensed a rare hint of exhaustion from this army. Daluan Ruozen's surprise attack had been effective. The problem of water was currently plaguing Wang Chong and the Annam Protectorate. A person could go 3 days without eating. But a person could not go 3 days without drinking water. The army's water supply had pretty much been used up yesterday. After today, there would not be a drop of water left on the mountain. Even the blood of the horses had been used up. Because of the extreme lack of water, the entire Annam Protectorate was in a state of parched mouths and easily fatigued. Although the war had ended 2 days ago, the army was even more fatigued than before. Chapter 6:15. Reporting. Suddenly, an order interrupted Wang Chong's train of thought. Young master, the army has sent word that another 17 soldiers have fainted while on sentry duty. This is already the 12th wave today. The brothers in the army have already sent them to the doctors for treatment. The officer reporting the order respectfully kneeled at the base of the hill, facing the tall banner. Wang Chong's heart sank, but he quickly regained his composure. I understand. In the future, you can deal with these matters on your own. There's no need to report them to me. Yes, young master. The messenger retreated respectfully. Chonger, this is how war is. Where there is victory, there is defeat. Where there is war, there is death. This is unavoidable. The current state is already rather good. The benevolent do not control wealth, the compassionate do not command soldiers. As a commander, you shouldn't be grieving over the deaths of your subordinates. Instead, you should be thinking about how to lead the army to victory, how to avoid even greater casualties. This is the true path of a general. A long sigh, accompanied by heavy footsteps, came from behind. At some point, Wang Yan, dressed in martial attire, had walked up from behind with a grave expression. Father, I know. But it's still unavoidable. Wang Chong replied. In this battle, whether it was his father, Xianyu Zhongtong, or the entire army of the southwest, everyone could only see Daluan Ruozen in Jelifeng. To them, this was a battle that could not be any more normal. But to Wang Chong, this was not the only thing he saw. A dike of 1,000 li can collapse because of an ant hole. The fate of the massive empire that was the Tang dynasty depended on this battle. The Tang dynasty could not afford to lose this war of the southwest, nor could it afford to lose. Because this war involved the future of the entire Tang dynasty. Young master has a benevolent heart. It is all thanks to young master that we were able to reach this step. Right now, the casualties of the Mengshi, Yusang army are even greater than ours. As for what will happen in the future, Xianyu doesn't really care. Another voice came from the dark night. Xianyu Zhongtong walked unhurriedly from another direction and finally sat down on the left side of Wang Chong. Young master, are you looking for us? Chonger, if you have something to say, just say it. Wang Yan also walked over. As the commander-in-chief of the army, the two of them could not easily leave the camp. However, if it was Wang Chong's intention, everything would be different. In fact, the two of them had been here for a while. Seeing that Wang Chong was sitting there in deep thought, neither of them disturbed him. You really have grown up. Wang Yan glanced at the flagpole and saw Wang Chong, who had clearly lost a lot of weight. He sighed in his heart, feeling very gratified. From that unfilial son who had caused him so much worry to now, for the sake of the Tang dynasty, for the people of the Central Plains, for the people of the southwest, he had traveled a great distance to reinforce them, even putting himself in danger. Wang Chong had changed significantly. Even now, Wang Yan still didn't really understand how Wang Chong had suddenly become so skilled in the art of war. But at this moment, none of this was important. Wang Yan's heart was filled with the pride of a father. "Father, Lord Xianyu, we don't have much time. In a few days at the latest, Uzun and Meng Shizhao will begin their operation. This time, Uzun will not leave any leeway. This might be the final decisive battle between us and Uzun and Meng Shizhao." Without any pleasantries, Wang Chong looked at the strongest pillar of the Tang dynasty in the southwest and got straight to the point. With these words, the mood around the banner instantly became extremely grave. Wang Yan and Xianyu Zhongtong also had grave expressions on their faces when this matter concerned the safety of 60,000 soldiers and countless civilians in the southwest. "Young master, if you have anything to say, please speak. If Xianyu needs my cooperation, I will definitely do my best to cooperate," Xianyu Zhongtong solemnly said. In the defeat of the southwest, he was the greatest criminal and had to bear the greatest responsibility. From a certain perspective, everything Wang Chong was doing was helping him. At the side, Wang Yan also nodded. Whoosh! Wang Chong waved a hand in front of him, gathering dust and dirt from all around him. When he moved his hand away, a miniature model immediately appeared at the base of the banner. As the actual commander of the Tang army, the situation on the battlefield was now deeply engraved in his mind. In the current situation, we've already returned to the same starting line as Uzun and Meng Shizhao. We're currently facing a lack of water, and Daluan Ruozhen isn't doing any better than us. And in terms of soldiers, although we've lost 40% of our soldiers, only 60,000 some, Uzun only has 300,000 soldiers left. Their advantage is getting weaker and weaker. The crux of everything is no longer the strength of the Mengshi, Yusang army. As Wang Chong spoke, he slowly swept his gaze over the two Tang dynasty commanders at his side. "Good news, Huanfu's Weibo has been opened. If you want to know how I'm doing, you're welcome to follow me." Carrot, young master means, Xianyu Zhongtong slightly creased his brow, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Wang Chong's strategic thinking far surpassed his own. Not even Protector General Zhangqiu would have been able to do any better. Thus, at certain times, unless Wang Chong explicitly said so, it would be very difficult for others to keep up with his leaping thoughts. Wang Chong said nothing more, instead taking out 4 stones and placing them on the miniature model one after another, each one representing the positions of Uzun and Meng Shizhao armies. Huishu Wuzong, Jelifeng, Duangechuan, and Daluan Ruozhen. Daluan Ruozhen is the civil minister, so our true problem is Uzun and Meng Shizhao's 3 great generals. As Wang Chong spoke, he placed down the stone representing Daluan Ruozhen and then brought it back up. Daluan Ruozhen knew martial arts, but just like Wang Chong, his greater threat lay in his intelligence and strategy, not his martial arts. The greatest threat to the Tang dynasty was still Huishu Wuzong, Jelifeng, and Duangechuan, these 3 supreme experts. "Young Master Wang, I understand what you mean." Xianyu Zhongtong frowned. In the current situation, Huishu Wuzong has General Wang Yan's mighty miracle god, and I can use the Vajra god to deal with Duangechuan. As for Jelifeng, as the ruler of the Meng Shizhao Empire, he won't easily enter the fray. Thus, we won't have too many problems for the time being. Just because he won't enter the fray doesn't mean that he won't. Wang Chong said. Xianyu Zhongtong was instantly speechless. Wang Chong was right. Jelifeng didn't enter the fray because the situation wasn't serious enough for him to enter the fray. Once he did enter the fray, the Anan Protectorate wouldn't be able to withstand him at all. If the Tang dynasty hadn't developed a set of unparalleled and effective formation techniques from Taizong's era to the current Holy Emperor's era, such as the Mighty Miracle God formation and the Vajra God formation, they could rely on their advantage in numbers to defeat the strong and counteract a single powerful individual. If we don't solve this problem, will always be on the defensive, waiting for Daluan Ruozan to attack. And we'll never be able to get out of this predicament. Wang Chong said in a low voice. Hearing Wang Chong's words, Wang Yan and Xianyu Zhongtong's eyes lit up. The Anam Protectorate's top-notch fighting force couldn't compare to Uzan and Mengshi Zhao. This point was clear and without a doubt. Thus, from the start, their strategy was to stall for time and wait for the imperial court's reinforcements. But from Wang Chong's words, it was clearly not the case. Young master, you mean? Is there any other way? Xianyu Zhongtong was skeptical as he probed. He had no doubt that Wang Chong was very skilled in the art of war. But if Wang Chong could even intervene in a battle between top-notch fighting forces, Wang Chong really didn't dare to believe it. Wang Yan didn't say anything, but his eyes were also filled with doubt. Father, you fought with Wuxia Wuzong. What do you think of him? Wang Chong didn't say it directly but asked a question instead. Wuxia Wuzong is very powerful. His golden Buddha avatar is very powerful and has a strong defense. I gathered 50 to 60 top-notch generals and used the mighty miracle god avatar, but I still couldn't suppress him. Wang Yan said thoughtfully. Although the Tang dynasty had a lot of people, it was still just one country. It couldn't possibly fight against all the foreign countries in the world at the same time. This was like fighting against the world alone. Thus, formations like the mighty miracle god and the Vajra god to gather the power of the army to fight against the top-notch fighting force of the other side became very necessary. In fact, this was the result of countless experts of the Tang dynasty thinking and researching together. Wang Yan was also bestowed with the mighty miracle god because he was born in a family of generals and ministers and was the son of Duke Jiao of the Tang dynasty. Father, if you fight with Wuxia Wuzong again, aim at his organs or Jingfu acupoint. In the darkness, Wang Chong's eyes glistened as he suddenly spoke. Oh. Wang Yan stared at Wang Chong in surprise. Chonger, where did you hear this from? Wuxia Wuzong was an Uzan great general, and this was the first time even Wang Yan had seen the Vairocana golden body mantra. Even an old general like Wang Yan didn't know about the weaknesses in the armpit or Jingfu acupoints. This was only the first time Wang Chong had come to the southwest, so Wang Yan had no idea how he knew. Father knows that when your child was messing around outside, I learned a little of the Uzan language, so I became very close to some of the Uzan people in the capital. Your child also accidentally heard that the martial arts in the Great Snow Mountain Temple are mostly in the armpit or Jingfu acupoint. If father fights with Wuxia Wuzong again, there is no harm in giving it a try. Perhaps you will gain an unexpected harvest. Wang Chong sincerely said. Wang Chong naturally did not associate with any of the Uzan people in the capital. If the scions of noble clans were to get too close to these barbarians, they would very easily be ostracized by others. But in order to convince his father, Wang Chong could only say this. There were 8 major schools of martial arts in the Great Snow Mountain Temple, and their weaknesses would naturally not be concentrated in the armpit or Jingfu acupoint. In the battle 2 days ago, although Wang Chong had not fought with Wuxia Wuzong, he had already gained a basic understanding of his martial arts. Chapter 6:16. If that's the case, I can give it a try when the time comes. Wang Yan was skeptical, but at this time, there was no better way. This was also a temporary stopgap measure. That's right, Father, I once heard some information about the mighty miracle god formation from Senior So Young-sun. It might be useful to Father. Wang Chong pretended to suddenly remember something and continued. War god. Wang Yan and Xianyu Zhongtong trembled as they stared in shock at Wang Chong. Young Master Wang, you actually know the war god? Xianyu Zhongtong grabbed Wang Chong's arm, his expression agitated. He knew that Wang Chong was very talented, but he had never imagined that Wang Chong would know the legendary war god of the Tang dynasty. That person was a godlike existence in the current Tang dynasty, and many people even said that he was dead. Yet Wang Chong was saying that he had a relationship with that lofty war god. Chonger, is what you say true? Even Wang Yan had a shocked expression on his face. Wang Yan had left the capital a long time ago, so he had no idea of So Yong-sun's situation. As for Xianyu Zhongtong, he had always lived in the southwest, far from the capital, so he had no way of getting news. In truth, even in the capital, the relationship between Wang Chong and So Yong-sun was only known to an extremely small circle. Your child speaks no lies. Wang Chong said. It was fated that he could not speak of the events of his last life. Wang Chong could only use So Yong-sun's name to explain. So Yong-sun had always remained in his residence, refusing all visitors. Outsiders had no chance of meeting him, not even his father Wang Yan. No wonder young Master Chong is so skilled in the art of war. Xianyu Zhongtong's eyes lit up, as if he had found the reason behind Wang Chong's astonishing talent. Although Wang Chong was young, everything could be explained if he was the heir of the war god. Chonger, just what did Senior Su say? Wang Yan frowned slightly and said. Compared to Wang Chong's shocking identity, he was more concerned about what So Yong-sun had said. Wang Chong pondered for a moment, then quickly explained a set of advanced mental cultivation methods regarding the mighty miracle deity formation. In the future, when that calamity descended, tens of thousands of foreign invaders swarmed in, mountains and rivers shattered, the great earth collapsing. All of the martial arts secret manuals were no longer secrets. Wang Chong, as the Supreme Grand Marshal of the world and the Supreme War Saint, had studied several sets of top-notch battle formations of the Tang dynasty for the sake of war. Although time had been limited and he hadn't been able to study them all, he had still managed to produce some results. As for the mighty miracle deity formation, as the formation that Wang Chong's father was most skilled in, it was the first to produce results. Although it was impossible to greatly increase the power of the mighty miracle deity formation by making a last-minute effort, it was completely possible to increase the formation's power by a small amount and increase its offensive power. As Wang Yan listened to Wang Chong recite the mental cultivation method, he became more and more alarmed. He had been practicing the mighty miracle deity formation for 6 or 7 years now, and he had memorized all the details. But it was precisely for this reason that Wang Yan knew that this mental cultivation method was of an even higher level. Rather than calling it a mental cultivation technique, it was more accurate to call it a technique called mighty spirit strike. It allowed one to gather all the strength in one's body for a short period of time and unleash a powerful strike. This technique would place an enormous burden on the bodies of all the participants in the formation, but it truly could increase the power of the attack. Did old Senior So Yong-sun really tell you this? Wang Yan was inwardly shocked. Each of the supreme formation techniques of the Tang dynasty had a long history and had been refined hundreds of times. For example, the mighty miracle deity formation could be traced back to the era of Emperor Taizong. Wang Yan had never imagined that someone would be able to raise the level of a formation of the Tang dynasty by a level. Protector General, talk with my son for a while. I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Wang Yan had long ago become impatient after obtaining the mental cultivation method for the mighty miracle deity formation, so he couldn't just sit around. The mighty miracle deity formation would determine the outcome of this battle, so how could Wang Yan possibly wait? Young Master Wang, why have I never heard you mention the old war god before? Once Wang Yan left, Xianyu Zhongtong curiously asked. This could be said to be the most surprising thing he had heard today. With a powerful foe before us, how could Wang Chong be in the mood to mention such things? Wang Chong bitterly smiled. From a certain perspective, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was So Yong-sun's successor, but So Yong-sun had not taught him the art of war. On the contrary, So Yong-sun had even been defeated by him. If not for the urgency of this matter, Wang Chong wouldn't have even mentioned this. Young Master is correct. Xianyu Zhongtong's heart was filled with deep veneration. What does young Master think about the upcoming battle? Lord Protector General, what do you think about Meng Zhao's great general Duangechuan? Wang Chong earnestly said. Oh. Xianyu Zhongtong's brow creased, his expression turning grave. He had originally believed that Wang Chong would ask him about the Vajra god formation, but he hadn't expected Wang Chong to ask about Duangechuan. I originally didn't want to say it, but since young master has asked, I'll just say it. In this battle, the one I'm most worried about has never been Huishu Wuzong, but Duangechuan. Xianyu Zhongtong's expression was extremely solemn. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen such an expression on his face. Wang Chong sat upright and still, a look of attentiveness on his face. When a wolf stands in the open, no matter how vicious it is or how many there are, you will always be prepared. But when a poisonous snake hides in the grass, you can't see or hear it, so it's impossible to guard against it. Duangechuan is that poisonous snake. In the darkness, Xianyu Zhongtong's words left Wang Chong flabbergasted. Xianyu Zhongtong had always given the impression of being honest and loyal, so these words left Wang Chong flabbergasted. Wang Chong had never imagined that Xianyu Zhongtong would have such a high evaluation of Duangechuan, nor had he imagined that while Xianyu Zhongtong appeared to be careless, he was actually extremely concerned about everything. Lord Protector General, just what happened in the Battle of Irai? Wang Chong finally asked the question that concerned him the most. If he hadn't experienced an extremely painful and indelible event, Wang Chong was confident that Xianyu Zhongtong would never have said these words. Xianyu Zhongtong's eyes twitched, and a look of reluctance flitted across his face. Duangechuan will never easily strike. He will always keep his eyes on you, watching you, searching for your weakness, and at the most crucial moment, he will strike a fatal blow. A hint of blood appeared in Xianyu Zhongtong's eyes. The Battle of Irai would forever be the greatest defeat of his life, the deepest humiliation, and the most unforgettable nightmare. Even if Wang Chong asked him about it, he would not be willing to think about it. The war banners rustled in the darkness as Wang Chong gazed at the pain, regret, and guilt in the eyes of this protector general who was destined to be condemned by the people of the world and cursed by the people of the world. Wang Chong was deeply moved. Wang Chong's understanding of Xianyu Zhongtong had always come from the words of others and the comments made about him on the streets of the capital. Besides this, Wang Chong knew nothing else. For the first time, Wang Chong understood the inner world of this sinner of the Tang dynasty. I understand. Under the banner, Wang Chong gave a serious nod. I will have to trouble Lord Protector General with regards to Duangechuan. There is also another matter that Wang Chong would like to discuss with Lord Protector General. Oh. Xianyu Zhongtong was moved, a hint of surprise finally appearing on his face. No one knew what Wang Chong and Xianyu Zhongtong discussed, only that Xianyu Zhongtong left very late. Young master, be at ease. If that situation really does occur, Xianyu will pay any price to keep him here. Xianyu Zhongtong's expression was extremely solemn. Then I will have to trouble Lord Protector General. Wang Chong sent him off. After Xianyu Zhongtong left, the summit fell silent once more. Wang Chong stood alone at the base of the banner, his mind in turmoil. At this stage of the battle, what he could do was extremely limited. Whether it was Huishu Wuzong, Daluan Ruozhen, Wang Chong, or Xianyu Zhongtong, no one knew where this battle would lead, but Wang Chong knew that the outcome of this battle was not far away. I wonder how Daluan Ruozhen is doing. Wang Chong suddenly thought of the other side of the mountain. Although his situation was bad, Wang Chong knew that Daluan Ruozhen's situation was not much better. Daluan Ruozhen truly was in a very bad situation. Reporting. Another 20 soldiers haven't acclimatized and have been sent to the Mengshi Zhao Medical Center. An Uzun messenger got down on one knee, his head lowered. In the tent, there were 7 messengers like him lined up in a row. Prime Minister, the food of Mengshi Zhao isn't suitable for us. The soldiers are all suffering from diarrhea. Prime Minister must think of a way to resolve our food problem. Another Uzun messenger finally couldn't help but say. I understand. All of you are dismissed. Daluan Ruozan waved his hand, his mind in turmoil. We won't be able to last for too long. In the end, we nomads still can't acclimatize to their food. A voice came from behind him. Huishu Wizong stood behind Daluan Ruozan like a god, a long saber at his waist. Ha! Daluan Ruozan let out a long sigh. Huishu Wizong was right. How could he not know this? The entire Uzan army was eating the food of Meng Shizhao. Although the problem of hunger had been temporarily resolved, all the soldiers were suffering from diarrhea. Some soldiers had even fainted from the diarrhea. This was the result of the stomachs of the Uzan people not being used to the food of Meng Shizhao. And for the Uzan, the final result was that the entire army was rapidly losing the ability to fight. If this situation continued, in 5 to 7 days, the Uzan army would lose the ability to threaten the Annam Protectorate. We have no other choice. This is what we have to do. At this point in the war, it's all about who can last the longest and who will collapse first. Right now, we can't retreat, nor can we retreat. If we don't occupy the southwest, we'll end up with nothing after paying such a high price. Chapter 6:17. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Although there was nothing in front of him, Daluan Ruozan could see a pair of eyes staring back at him. This was an invisible contest. Daluan Ruozan would not allow himself to lose no matter what, let alone to a 17-year-old boy. But, are you really confident that we can last longer than them? Huishu Wizong asked. His tone was as sharp as ever. Daluan Ruozan fell silent. This was a race, and in this race, neither he nor Wang Chong had any sort of advantage. Naturally, neither of them could confidently say that they would be able to last until the end. No matter what, we will not lose. We will not lose. Daluan Ruozan clenched his fist tightly. What a pity. If only I had a little more time. Daluan Ruozan stared at the top of the tent. He did not say this out loud. Whoosh! At this moment, Daluan Ruozan and Huishu Wizong heard the sound of wings flapping. It seemed that something had been left at the top of the tent. In just a moment, a black carrier pigeon slid down from the top of the tent and entered the tent. Daluan Ruozan and Huishu Wizong looked at each other and saw the same surprise in each other's eyes. This was not an ordinary carrier pigeon. If he remembered correctly, they had just received a carrier pigeon like this not long ago. It was definitely not normal for a second one to arrive so soon. I'll go take a look. Huishu Wizong was silent for a moment. He walked past Daluan Ruozan and strode over. Removing the leggings from the leg of the black carrier pigeon, Huishu Wizong glanced at it. He gradually frowned and his expression became more and more strange. What's wrong? Congratulations. What you've been waiting for has happened. Huishu Wizong flicked the letter into Daluan Ruozan's hand. Daluan Ruozan was flabbergasted, and when he looked down, his entire face paled. Wonderful. Daluan Ruozan looked at the message in his hand and couldn't help but shout in ecstasy. Time is on our side now. Daluan Ruozan's creased brow instantly relaxed, and the worry on his brow was swept away. The black carrier pigeon only brought one message: Wang Zhongxi's appearance had shaken the entire plateau, and once again, the Uzan Empire felt an unprecedented threat. Even the Tsenpo felt deeply uneasy, unable to eat or sleep. One had to know that Wang Zhongxi was one of the few people who had fought their way to the plateau and had even come close to occupying the Uzan Empire. The Tsenpo's fear of Wang Zhongxi was even greater than the plague spreading across the plateau. In order to deal with Wang Zhongxi, the Tsenpo had even mobilized the Lesar royal lineage, the Ye's royal lineage, and a portion of the royal capital's guards to Longxi to reinforce King of General Witadra Konglo. After all, the Tsenpo had always stood aloof from the four royal lineages and rarely involved himself in the wars between the empire and other countries. One could easily imagine just how much that Senpo feared Wang Zhongxi. And to Daluan Ruozhen, this was an unexpected harvest. There was no question that he had won even more time. Ha ha ha, pass on my order. Postpone the battle for 2 days and choose another day to fight. Daluan Ruozhen's laughter resounded over the tent, and this new order was quickly transmitted to the entire Mengshi, Yusang army. Let's go, Huishu was on. Let's go eat the rice of the Arai. Daluan Ruozhen laughed as he walked out of the tent, his face flushed. The situation isn't good. The Uzun have begun to light fires to cook. On the mountain, several generals of the Annam Protectorate had gathered together. Lin Wuxiu looked down the mountain, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. Uzun and Mengshi Zhao had sent scouts every day to keep an eye on the mountain, but how could the soldiers of the Annam Protectorate not keep a close watch on them? The number of cooking fires in the Uzun camp had been far less than this in the past few days, but in a short period of time, the number of cooking fires had increased tenfold. The Uzun are eating the food of the Mengshi Zhao. Lin Wuxiu's expression was grim. It was no secret that the Uzun had run out of food, and they had long since begun to eat the food of the Mengshi Zhao. But the situation this time was completely different. The fact that the number of cooking fires had increased so much meant that the Uzun had completely accepted the food of the Mengshi Zhao. A people who lived on horseback had truly accepted the food of a farming people. If that's the case, it's going to be troublesome. The Uzun can accept the food of the Mengshi Zhao to solve their food problem, but we have no way of solving our water problem. If this continues, we'll lose for sure. Luoji stood at the side, his face fraught with worry. We must inform young master of this matter. Zhao Hong turned to look at the eagle. The eagle, you have the closest relationship with young master, so you should inform young master. No need. A light breeze blew past. The eagle stood on the summit, his expression calm and unmoving. Young master already knows, so there's no need for us to say anything. And young master already has many things to worry about. In the future, there's no need to bother him with these things. 60,000 soldiers, all of the southwest, including the imperial court, had placed all their hopes on Wang Chong. The eagle spent every day at Wang Chong's side. Only he knew how much pressure Wang Chong was under right now. If not for the fact that he was limited by his own abilities, the eagle truly wished that he could replace Wang Chong and share some of the pressure. And in the end, young master was only 17. The eagle's words caused the crowd to fall silent. Luoji, Lin Wuxiu, and Zhao Hong all turned to look at the mountain. There, they could faintly make out the back of a figure sitting cross-legged, motionless. Water source, water source. Is there really no other way? Wang Chong sat alone, his mind in turmoil. He had long ago noticed what was going on with Daluan Ruozhen and Huishu Wuzan. The problem of food for the Uzun was not so easy to resolve. Acclimatization and differences in food culture were not things that could be resolved by Daluan Ruozhen expressing his stance. But Daluan Ruozhen had undoubtedly used his actions to express his resolve. At the very least, he would be able to persist for a few more days in this situation. But Wang Chong no longer had the time. The Annam Protectorate's water supply had been completely used up, and warhorses could no longer be killed. Otherwise, if the Mengshi, Yusang army attacked, the Tang dynasty would surely lose. The Tang dynasty was besieged on all sides and on the verge of collapse. Water, water, there has to be a way. Wang Chong sat cross-legged on the ground and racked his brains, thinking through everything he knew about water in his past and present lives. But he still found nothing. The mountains. When Wang Chong had chosen this place to set up camp, he had determined that water would be an unsolvable problem. As time slowly passed, Wang Chong sat cross-legged on the ground, his mind blank. In truth, the fact that he had been able to last this long in this war had already surpassed his expectations, but he could not lose no matter what. Walala. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a rock rolling. Careful. Wang Chong raised his head and saw a disturbance in the distance. It seemed like a warhorse of cavalry had accidentally kicked off a large rock, causing it to roll toward a spearman at the base of the mountain. Buzz! As Wang Chong's gaze followed the movement of the rock, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. That's right. Ha ha ha, how could I have forgotten? Wang Chong excitedly laughed. I've thought of a way. Duluan Ruozhen, you've lost for sure. Bang! The sword swung down heavily, and with a crack, the rock was peeled off, revealing a smooth section. But nothing happened. The group of people looked at Wang Chong, who had given the order, in confusion. Young master, what are we looking for this time? One of the generals asked. An hour ago, Wang Chong had given this strange order, but he had never mentioned the reason. Don't think too much, just do as I say. Wang Chong flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Bang! A second, a third, a fourth. Wang Chong brought his men and dug around the mountain. No one knew what Wang Chong was trying to do, even the eagle was confused. Only Wang Chong knew what he was looking for. He was looking for a water source. All mountains had a certain water storage and interception capacity. This was a shallow water on the surface. If it flowed out through the cracks in the rocks, it would be a drinkable water source. Although it was not much, to the current Annam Protectorate, it was extremely precious. A little water source was enough to change the current situation of the Annam Protectorate, greatly boosting their morale. Wang Chong and Duluan Ruozhen were both in an extremely bad situation. Although Duluan Ruozhen had found a way to replace it with Meng Shizhao's food, this was not a permanent solution. It was only a temporary measure and would not last for long. Wang Chong knew that this was an invisible race. Whoever could not hold on first would be the first to fall. Again. Wang Chong flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Once, twice, thrice. Although he failed again and again, and did not manage to dig out the shallow water that Wang Chong wanted, Wang Chong was not discouraged. There would definitely be shallow water on the surface of any mountain. It was just a matter of how much there was. Moreover, the water would gather and flow in different directions under the surface of the mountain. In Wang Chong's memory, even a place like the western region had Kerez wells, formed by shallow water. There was no reason that a place like the southwest did not have such a tall mountain range. More importantly, not long ago, there had been such a heavy rainstorm that it was hard to tell friend from foe. In such a short period of time, there was no reason that no water could be intercepted on this mountain range. Even if the mountain could not intercept the water, there was no reason for it to flow so fast. No matter what, there must be water here. Chapter 6:18. Bam! Another loud sound rang out. God knew how many times he had tried to dig here and there on the mountain. When he was about to dig all over the mountain, he finally swung the long sword down, and a stream of clear mountain spring water gushed out from the cracks in the stone. The shining white water danced in the air, sprinkling around the crowd. In that instant, everyone was stunned. Even the messenger who was wielding the Wuxia steel sword was still holding his sword high. He was drenched all over, and stood there in a daze, stunned. Water. It's water. It's actually water. Young master actually dug out water on the mountain. Luoji, Lin Wuxiao, Zhao Hong, the eagle, and everyone else were stunned. The surrounding soldiers couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. Everyone knew that young master had given a strange order to dig around the mountain. But no one had ever thought that it had something to do with water. Even the eagle hadn't expected it to be like this. Digging out a water source on a dry, rocky mountain without much vegetation was like a miracle to everyone. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding soldiers all rushed forward, scooping up the spring water gushing out from the cracks in the rocks, and gulping it down madly. As they drank, they trembled in excitement. The Tang dynasty's water source had been completely depleted a few days ago. And before the water was depleted, everyone had to go through a long period of water restriction. Everyone's daily water consumption was calculated by drops. And the water in the rice was extremely little. As early as a few days ago, the rice cooked by the stove was already half-cooked. The reason was simple: there wasn't enough water. Under such circumstances, everyone was already dizzy from hunger, and their mouths were dry. More importantly, because of the lack of water, everyone was severely fatigued and tired easily. No one could imagine the feeling of someone who had been thirsty for a long time suddenly coming into contact with a pool of clear water. That kind of feeling was driving them crazy. "What are you waiting for? There's so many soldiers, is one look enough?" Wang Chong stood on the mountain and said. "Yes, young master." The messenger was startled, as if he had just woken up from a dream. He hurriedly followed Wang Chong with a joyful expression on his face. For an army of 60,000, a clear spring was obviously not enough. He waved his sword again and again, not knowing that he was doing such an important thing. If he had known, he would have been more diligent than anyone else. "Young master, tell me, I'll do it. 1 mouthful, 2 mouthfuls, 3 mouthfuls." Rocks were split open one after another. Between the cracks of the rocks, a shallow layer of cold water continuously flowed out. As the clear spring water flowed out, rumbling sounds could be heard as the entire army boiled over. Warhorses, soldiers, all the soldiers were drinking to their heart's content. After such a long time, this was the happiest and most exciting day for everyone. Even the mountains were lit up with cooking fires in advance to celebrate. The warhorse neighed and neighed, overflowing with joy and excitement. "Chong'er, how long can these springs last for?" At the summit of the mountain, Wang Yan, Xian Yuzhongtong, and Wang Chong stood side by side with their banners fluttering in the wind. At the base of the mountain, the soldiers and their horses were all drinking, many of them using their armor and water skins to receive the spring water. Many of them were so excited that their faces were red. This could be said to be the best sight that Wang Yan and Xian Yuzhongtong had seen in a long time. "I also don't know." A faint smile appeared on Wang Chong's lips, but his words left Wang Yan and Xian Yuzhongtong greatly surprised. Just how much shallow water was on this mountain and how long the water could last was something that no one could estimate. In this regard, Wang Chong said nothing. "But it definitely won't last too long," Wang Chong said. There was a limit to the shallow layer of water. Although there was no way to estimate it, one could basically determine that it wouldn't last too long. Then why is young master allowing everyone to drink, cook, and water the horses so wantonly? Xian Yuzhongtong turned his head, his complexion slightly changing. A general's duty was on the battlefield, how to arrange troops and defeat the enemy. Logistics and command, digging up water in the mountains, geography and geology, forging steel city walls, these weren't Xian Yuzhongtong's strong points at all. Xian Yuzhongtong had originally believed that Wang Chong dared to allow the army to enjoy the water because there was enough to drink. He had never imagined that Wang Chong's answer would be this. Everyone on the mountain was drinking, and the horses were also swollen. The water that had not been collected was spilled all over the mountain. This was already a waste. "Young master, the problem of water is related to the army. It's not too late to control it now," Xian Yuzhongtong said seriously, his expression incomparably stern. Wang Yan said nothing, but his brow slowly creased. It was clear that he was inclined to agree with Xian Yuzhongtong. If the spring was limited, then controlling the water supply was necessary. This was something that a general had to understand. "No. There's no need to control it." Wang Chong shook his head and smiled, his expression calm and relaxed. He gave off the feeling that everything was within his grasp and that nothing was out of his control. "Father, Lord Xianyu, in the current situation, not only should we not control it, we should let loose and let them enjoy the water without restraint and waste it." Wang Yan and Xian Yuzhongtong were both dumbfounded. As the highest-ranking commanders of the Southwest, the two had experienced countless battles and possessed rich experience, but Wang Chong's answer had left them bewildered. Why is that? Wang Yan frowned. The two of them stared at Wang Chong. In the current situation, wasting water was not a wise decision, but the two were confident that Wang Chong had a good explanation. Father, Lord Xianyu, with how the war in the Southwest has developed, do you think that it is better to end it quickly or to drag it out? Wang Chong said. The two commanders of the Southwest fell silent. In the past, the two of them would have definitely answered that the longer they dragged it out, the better. This way, they would have enough time to wait for the imperial court to send reinforcements. But now, neither Wang Yan nor Xianyu Zhongtong dared to say this. No one knew when the reinforcements would arrive. If the reinforcements did not arrive and there was not enough water, the longer the war dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the army. After all, people could go 3 days without food, but they could not go 3 days without water. As long as Daluan Ruozhen put up with it, he could still surround the Annam Protectorate and completely crush it. And when that happened, the Mengshi, Yusang army would not even need to use a single soldier to wipe out the entire Annam Protectorate. That would actually be the worst plan. Young Master Wang, I understand your meaning. Xianyu Zhongtong suddenly said. Let's do as you say. On the side, Wang Yan solemnly nodded. On the other side, as the men and horses on the mountain were drinking, the white spring water gushing out of the cracks in the rocks, and everyone was heartily laughing, the Mengshi, Yusang army at the base of the mountain was dumbfounded. Several cavalry galloped off, and the news quickly reached Daluan Ruozhen and Jelufeng. Something like this actually happened. When Jelufeng received the news, he almost slammed the table and shot to his feet, rushing out of the tent without a second thought. However, by the time Jelufeng arrived at the scene, 2 tall and sturdy figures were already standing in front of him. This is impossible. As he looked at the splashing water on the mountain and heard the rushing water, Daluan Ruozhen's entire face paled. The massive impact had even caused his body to slightly tremble. How could something like this happen? This can't be possible. Absolutely impossible. Daluan Ruozhen's eyes were as wide as saucers. Let alone Jelufeng, even Huishu Huizang, who had known him for so long, had never seen such an expression on his face. Daluan Ruozhen was known as the civil minister, the wise minister. His most basic impression was that he would remain unfazed even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. Even in his most intense battle with Zhangqiu Jinxiong, Huishu Huizang had never seen such an expression on his face. But the impact of the scene before him was clearly different. Transforming the air into water, digging up water from the mountain, this matter had far surpassed the limits of Fan Bo's imagination. After all, this was a rock. A rock. At this moment, Daluan Ruozhen's entire body was as cold as ice. Before the Battle of Irai had even begun, Wang Chong had seemed to have foreseen it and constructed Lion City on the Irai plains. This was something that Daluan Ruozhen could accept. In the north, he had laid down many layers of traps, allowing Wang Chong to smoothly charge south to the Irai region. This was also something that Daluan Ruozhen could accept. Even the fact that a 17-year-old youth like Wang Chong possessed such terrifying military tactics, using only 100,000 soldiers to stop the 500,000 Mengshi, Yusang coalition army, was something that Daluan Ruozhen could accept. But Daluan Ruozhen could not accept that Wang Chong had actually dug up a clear spring on a barren, treeless mountain. Ever since he was a child, Daluan Ruozhen had been well versed in literature, astronomy, geography, divination, and all the books of the Central Plains. He had read all of them, and he was extremely familiar with them, but he had never seen any of them mention how one could dig up water from a mountain. If he had not seen with his own eyes, how that shining white water flowed from the mountain all the way to the foot of the mountain, completely wasted, Daluan Ruozhen would never have believed that such a thing was possible. Prime Minister, what should we do now? Jelifeng and Daluan Ruozhen stood side by side as they spoke. He had been fully aware of Daluan Ruozhen's plan, but everything had changed. Wang Chong had actually produced clear water out of thin air, instantly resolving the problem of the Yan'an Protectorate's water supply. Thus, the premise of the Mengshi-Yusang coalition's plan no longer existed. If this continued, the diarrhea of the Uzan soldiers would only worsen, and their fighting strength would plummet. On the other hand, the Yan'an Protectorate would slowly recover its strength. The scales were subconsciously tipping in favor of the Yan'an Protectorate. There's no other choice. Advance. Forward. Open. Fight. Daluan Ruozhen's complexion was incomparably nasty, and he had to enunciate each of his last words through clenched teeth. He had never imagined that in this battle, when he had the advantage in numbers, he would be forced into such desperate straits. Prime Minister, perhaps the situation isn't as serious as we think. The Tang dynasty has 60,000 soldiers, so how long can the clear water on the mountain last? Chapter 6:19. Your Majesty, I understand what you mean. There will come a day when the mountain spring runs out, but how long will it last? 10 days? A month? Or even longer? What if it happens to be 10 days, or perhaps a month? Daluan Ruozhen calmly said, but the trembling in his voice was so obvious that even the messenger next to him could sense it. Jelifeng fell silent. What a frightening young man. Raising her head and gazing at the gurgling water flowing down the mountain, Jelifeng suddenly understood. This was a sort of show-off, but it was also a silent pressure. And it had to be said that Wang Chong had truly succeeded. He could take the risk, but Uzan and Mengshi Zhao could not afford to wait. Prime Minister is correct. We can't afford to wait. Duan Gichuan's voice came from the side, setting the tone for this matter. Boom! The yak horn resounded through the sky. After 3 days, thick smoke once more erupted from the base of the mountain. The armies of Mengshi Zhao and Uzan once more began to move. The dark clouds of war clamored over the earth. This was another battle between the Tang dynasty and Mengshi-Yusang, and it was also foreordained to be the last. This time, neither side could retreat. This was destined to be a battle to the death, a battle that would be fought to the last soldier, to the last drop of blood, a decisive battle. Bong bong bong. High up on the mountain, a deafening sound of war drums suddenly rang out, followed by 2, 3, 4. The dense sounds of the war drums gradually spread over the entire mountain like raindrops, reaching hundreds of miles away. The dark clouds of war once more rose into the sky. The remaining 60,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty in the southwest once more began to work like a massive war machine. At this stage in the War of the Southwest, both the Yan'an Protectorate and the armies of Mengshi Zhao and Uzan were showing deep exhaustion. The strength of both sides was far from what it had been at the start. The Tang dynasty had a period of experience when the water source burst. Uzan, on the other hand, was plagued by a lack of food and diarrhea. But even so, the tension between the two sides was much stronger than the first day. Whether it was Uzan, Mengshi Zhao, or the Tang dynasty, both sides deeply understood that this confrontation between the three countries in the southwest was about to reach its end. There would be no more probing and decisive battles. This would be the most important battle between the three sides. Back. 1. Fight. Wang Gongzi, before the battle begins, may I ask you a question? In front of the Mengshi-Yusang army, 2 ornate golden carriages stood side by side. In one carriage stood Daluan Ruozhen and Wuxia Wuzang, while in the other carriage stood Jelifeng and Duan Gichuan. Daluan Ruozhen and Wuxia Wuzang were slightly in front, while Jelifeng and Duan Gichuan were slightly behind. Compared to at the start, Daluan Ruozhen had lowered his feather fan. He was no longer as relaxed as he had been on the first day. Instead, he seemed a little more sincere and calm. At this stage of the battle, both sides had used all their methods and abilities. Daluan Ruozhen had nothing to say. Wang Chong was a qualified opponent. Moreover, it was a formidable opponent who could stand on equal footing with him and was not inferior in the slightest. In his heart, Daluan Ruozhen had already disregarded his age, treating him as an existence on the same level as himself. "Prime Minister, please speak." On top of the mountain, Wang Chong stood calmly in front of the flagpole. On his left and right were his father Wang Yan, Xianyu Zhongtong, and other generals of the Tang dynasty. In the final battle, all the commanders and upper echelon generals of the Tang dynasty stood together, facing off against the Mengshi, Yusang commanders across the void. At this stage of the battle, everyone had a kind of awareness in their hearts. A conversation like this would be the last one between them. At the age of 17, I don't have the same level of attainment in the art of war as young master. All kinds of decisiveness, breadth of mind, boldness, foresight, are not things that a person of this age should have. Daluan Ruozhen believed that he was familiar with the classics, all the classics of the Central Plains. There was not one that he did not know, there was not one that he did not know, there was not one that he did not know. In this aspect, very few people could match him. But young master's art of war, Daluan Ruozhen has never seen it. Before the decisive battle, young master, can you not be stingy and tell me where you learned these military strategies from? Daluan Ruozhen looked up at the mountain, his voice resounding. Wang Chong's appearance had been like a comet streaking across the sky, changing the entire situation of the southwest, dragging out a battle that should have been certain victory for Uzun and Mengshi Zhao into this state. And the art of war he had used was even more enigmatic. The insight he had displayed in the art of war were simply unparalleled, making him even more enigmatic. Just what sort of person could raise such a disciple? Just where did this art of war come from? For all these reasons, Wang Chong's origins and the art of war had always been like a dense fog in Daluan Ruozhen's mind. And it had lasted from the start of the war to the very end. Daluan Ruozhen had not been hoping for an answer, but he had not expected the result to be so unexpected. "Let me answer this question for you." A thunderous voice came from the side. It was not Wang Chong, but Xianyu Zhongtong. "Daluan Ruozhen, you are Uzun's minister and also a veteran general of the southwest. You should have heard of this name, right?" "What?" Daluan Ruozhen's heart sank. Countless gazes followed him to look at Xianyu Zhongtong on the summit. "So young son of the Tang dynasty. That person is young master Wang's true master." Boom! So young son's name was like a thunderclap crashing down on everyone's heads. Daluan Ruozhen, Huishu Wuzong, and Jelifeng, the three heavyweights of the southwest, all paled. Even Duan Gechuan paled, his body trembling. "This is impossible." Daluan Ruozhen's eyes went wide as he looked at the summit in disbelief. This news had far surpassed the attention he had paid to the war in the southwest. So Yongsun was a nightmarish existence on the Uzun Plateau. Daluan Ruozhen had even heard of this name when he was still a child. If Wang Zhongxi could be said to be the war god of the Tang dynasty, an existence that everyone on the Uzun Plateau feared, an existence that even the Tsenpo could not eat or sleep in peace from, then So Yongsun was an even more frightening demon king of the Central Plains. The terrifying legends of So Yongsun had been passed down through the generations of Uzun generals. As time passed, their fear of him deepened. He was the source of the deepest nightmarish mark left on the Uzun Plateau. His story could even be traced back to the Tsenpo of several generations ago. This was an existence that made everyone pale at the mention of his name. Just the mention of his name was enough to make one feel uneasy. So Yongsun died decades ago, so where did this disciple come from? Daluan Ruozhen instinctively refused to believe that Xianyu Zhongtong was lying. "That's right. I spent almost 10 years in the capital of the Tang dynasty, and I heard that the Su residence has long since gone extinct. So Yongsun has no descendants, and the gate hasn't been opened for decades. Even the ministers of the court say that So Yongsun is dead, so where did this So Yongsun come from?" A voice came from the side. The one who found this news the most unbelievable was Fenjie. He had been a hostage in the capital since he was a child, so he knew all the secrets of the capital. Now that Wang Chong said that he was war god So Yungsun's successor, how could Fenjie possibly believe him? Ha ha ha, Daluan Ruozhen, I've already told you the answer you wanted to know. As for whether you believe it or not, that's up to you. But there's one thing I can tell you. The capital has already confirmed that old Senior Su is still alive. Xianyu Zhongtong heartily laughed. He had presided over the southwest for a long time, so how could he not know that the Yuzhen people feared So Yungsun? How could he let go of this chance to strike a blow to the morale of the Yuzhen people? Moreover, Daluan Ruozhen, who else do you think besides So Yungsun old Senior Su could raise a student like young Master Wang, and who else could be worthy of being his master? The base of the mountain was deathly still. Daluan Ruozhen, Huishu Wuzong, Jelifeng, and Duan Gechuan were all silent. That's right. Wang Chong was only 17, but his grasp of the art of war was already on par with Daluan Ruozhen's, perhaps even superior. No ordinary person could become his master. But So Yungsun just so happened to be one of them. If one said that Wang Chong's master was So Yungsun, then everything could be explained. Young Master Wang comes from a prestigious clan, and Daluan Ruozhen admires you. But I have something that I wonder if young Master is willing to listen to. Daluan Ruozhen took 2 steps forward and continued. Prime Minister, if you have something to say, please say it directly. Wang Chong faintly smiled. At this point in the battle, both sides had used up all their trump cards. No matter what schemes Daluan Ruozhen had up his sleeves, they were all useless at this point. Young Master is quite talented. Even Daluan Ruozhen is far inferior to you in the art of war. What's even rarer is that you're still so young. It's a pity that you're too vicious. I heard that the Tang dynasty ruled the country with benevolence and filial piety, and Confucianism advocated etiquette. Young Master, for doing such a thing, aren't you afraid of retribution in the future? At the last sentence, Daluan Ruozhen's pupils constricted, and his eyes shone with extreme hatred. When the 2 countries were at war, Wang Chong had actually taken a roundabout route and sent an army to invade the plateau to spread the plague. The current Ngari royal lineage was like hell, with corpses, plagues, and deserted tribes everywhere. An unprecedented war was spreading on the plateau. What was even more terrifying was that the plague was still spreading, and no one knew when it would end. Even Daluan Ruozhen was secretly alarmed by Wang Chong's viciousness and ruthlessness, as well as his decisiveness and boldness. And this massive loss made Daluan Ruozhen clench his teeth, his hatred seeping into his bones. To have persisted until now before speaking up was already a display of self-restraint. Upon hearing these words, Wang Chong actually smiled. Righteousness does not wield wealth, benevolence does not command troops. This was all Wang Chong said. As long as we can win this war, what does it matter if we suffer the retribution that Prime Minister speaks of? The civil officials did not love wealth, and the generals did not care about death. Daluan Ruozhen had still underestimated him. If it was for safety, for comfort, for reputation, he would never have used up all his wealth to travel thousands of li and participate in this war in the southwest where he was doomed to be outnumbered. When he left the capital, he had never thought that he would be able to return alive. What meaning did Daluan Ruozhen in speaking to him about righteousness, the Confucian school, and retribution mean to Wang Chong? A general had to uphold the country and serve its people. If one cherished one's reputation, how could one be considered a general? The fierce winds whipped up the banner. Wang Chong stood at the base of the banner, his expression clear and devoid of fear. At this moment, even Daluan Ruozhen was taken aback. Chapter 620. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that you're right. Huishu Wuzong's eyelids twitched as he looked at the peak of the mountain and said. If we can't kill him in this battle, this person will become a great threat to our Yuzhen. Daluan Ruozan once said that even if he had to spare the entire Annam Protectorate, he must kill Wang Chong. In the beginning, Wuxia Wuzong didn't think much of it. But at this moment, his view of Wang Chong was completely different. His attainments in the art of war and intelligence were secondary, but the coldness and mercilessness that he revealed in that instant moved even Wuxia Wuzong. If such a person were to grow up and wield the seal, he would become a great threat to the Uzan Empire in the future. He would not be inferior to existences like Wang Zhongxi and So Yongsun. If such a person were to grow up and wield the seal, he would become a great threat to the Uzan Empire in the future. He would not be inferior to existences like Wang Zhongxi and So Yongsun. If that's the case, then don't let him leave alive. Daluan Ruozan said, his eyes glinting coldly. Young Master Wang, there's no point in talking. We'll see on the battlefield. With these words, Daluan Ruozan waved the feather fan in his hand, causing the carriage to turn around and vanish into the vast sea of soldiers in a cloud of dust. On the other side, Jelifeng and Duangechuan stood together. The two looked at the peak of the mountain deeply before following Daluan Ruozan. Prepare for battle. On the peak, Wang Chong watched as Daluan Ruozan and Jelifeng disappeared. He waved his sleeves and disappeared from the peak of the mountain. Thump thump. The deafening sound of war drums resounded throughout the battlefield, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The people of the Tang dynasty, the people of Uzan, and the people of Mengshi Zhao, all of them had a strong desire to fight in their eyes. This battle was destined to be intense and cruel. It was also destined that many people would fall on the mountain, never to stand up again. It was a battle for survival. No one had a way out. Everyone had to fight for themselves. It's finally begun. In a place where the naked eye couldn't see, in the middle of the vast Mengshi Zhao army, a pair of eyes was hidden in the shadows, secretly watching the mountaintop. Guquan, the rest is up to you. Jelifeng looked at the burly figure beside her, her eyes filled with anticipation. Others can lose, but our Mengshi Zhao can't. Uzan's people have already failed. We can only rely on ourselves now. The plague had completely disrupted Daluan Ruozan's state of mind, but Jelifeng didn't say it in front of Daluan Ruozan. Mengshi Zhao no longer had a way out. They had lost so many soldiers and paid such a heavy price. If they still returned in failure, the entire Mengshi Zhao empire would never be able to recover from this setback. That was a price that no one could bear. At this point in the battle, both Jelifeng and Duangechuan had no way out. I have indeed miscalculated this battle. I didn't expect that child of the Wang clan to be so powerful. But your majesty, don't worry. I have already grasped that child's weakness and arranged everything. No matter what, that child will not be able to leave here alive. The history of the Annam Protectorate should also come to an end. Duangechuan's voice was very soft. If one was a little further away, they wouldn't be able to hear it at all. Guquan, I will now entrust the fate and future of Mengshi Zhao to you. I believe in you. Jelifeng patted Duangechuan's shoulder and left. Boom! The yak horns began to blare, and with this assault, the earth rumbled as thousands of Mengshi Zhao and Uzan cavalry surged toward the mountains. This was different from the first time. This time, everyone understood what they were facing and what fate awaited them. There was no way out. Everyone gave it their all. Kaiyil. Kaiyil. It was hard to say who was the first to shout, but the thousands of Mengshi, Yusang soldiers began to roar together, their battle cries seeming to shake the mountains and sunder the earth. Ready. On the mountain, on the outermost perimeter of the Tang dynasty's army, large shields rose up, reflecting a cold and gloomy light. On the summit, the 60,000 soldiers of the Annam Protectorate began to move according to some sort of pattern, a somber aura soaring into the sky. Although the 300,000 soldiers of the Mengshi, Yusang army far outnumbered the Tang dynasty, the 60,000 soldiers of the Annam Protectorate felt like the coldest and most frightening of machines. This machine had already killed 200,000 soldiers of the Mengshi, Yusang army, and in the future, it would kill even more. This was Wang Chang's myriad stars formation. Bang! Countless Mengshi Zhao and Uzun soldiers surged forward from all sides. There was no probing, no vanguard. The Mengshi, Yusang army had charged with all its might from the very start. Kaiyil. Half of their walls have already been torn down. Once we reach the summit, they'll be utterly defeated. Don't be afraid. We have more people than them, and their ballistae and bows have mostly been used up. White Elephant Corps, hurry. Break through their defense line and we'll win. Concentrate the charge. Tear down their steel walls and pave the way for the Uzun cavalry. His Majesty has decreed that anyone who retreats will be executed and their entire clan exterminated. The eyes of all the Mengshi, Yusang soldiers were red, their veins bulging. Brandishing their sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, they charged up the mountain with all their might. Huanfu's Weibo has been opened. If you want to know how I'm doing in real life, you're welcome to follow me. Carrot, boom. Wang Chong stomped down, causing the air to tremble. An invisible ripple spread out from the summit. The bane of the battlefield halo, now at the 3rd level, was like countless chains binding the bodies of all the Mengshi, Yusang soldiers. In an instant, all the soldiers of the Mengshi, Yusang army had been weakened by 3 levels. Wang Chang's bane of the battlefield halo had already reached a level where it could greatly influence the outcome of the battle. Pang, a right foot stomped heavily on the ground, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. In the face of Wang Chang's terrifying bane of the battlefield halo, Wuxia Wuzong could no longer resist stepping forward and unleashing the Saint Martial halo in his body. A dazzling golden halo swept out like a gale, enveloping the entire army. If one looked down from the sky, one would see that the tens of thousands of Mengshi, Yusang army halos were like steel halos. They flickered and flickered, going from extremely dim to almost instantaneously recovering, but in the end, they still did not reach their original level. A Saint Martial realm expert's greatest strength was still their terrifying martial arts and martial skills. However, one that could force an Uzun great general like Wuxia Wuzong to use his own energy to weaken Wang Chang's bane of the battlefield halo, one could easily imagine the threat of this halo. Fire! In the rear of the army, a messenger fiercely waved the flag in his hand. Roar! The giants of the skyquaking army roared as they lifted up massive boulders and placed them on the massive siege weapons. Bang bang bang! The mechanism loosened, and huge rocks weighing thousands of kilograms flew into the sky, smashing into the mountain peak opposite them. At the back, beside the huge war machines, rows of huge rocks were densely packed together, covering the ground. They were boundless. In the last few days of the ceasefire, the skyquaking giants raised by Uzun and the Arabs from the distant Sindhu had not been idle. Under the supervision of Mengshi Zhao's men, these skyquaking giants had taken up the role of stonemasons. Their great strength made them the best laborers for cutting stones. In the last few days, the skyquaking giants had accumulated a large number of boulders around the siege weapons. Boom! A huge rock fell on the summit of the mountain, heavily smashing a steel wall that was several zhang tall into the ground. People were thrown up and horses neighed. 1 rock, 2 rocks, 3 rocks. The huge rocks were densely packed like rain, continuously smashing down. Careful! On the top of the mountain, screams could be heard as the soldiers dodged the rain of stones falling from the sky. But in the blink of an eye, one figure after another flew into the sky, shattering boulder after boulder. The eagle, called General Sun Luyue, Luoji, and General Lin Wuxia over. Let them deal with the skyquaking giant's stone rain. As Wang Chong spoke, he took out 3 Wuxi steel swords and handed them over. Massive boulders fell from the sky with enormous force. Purely using brute force against them would consume enormous amounts of energy. But Wuxi steel weapons were different. These weapons could easily divide boulders into several pieces, allowing the user to conserve as much energy as possible while also dealing with the threat of the boulders. Order the ballista army to prepare to attack. Wang Chang's eyes flashed with cold light as he continued to issue orders. Yes. A messenger quickly left to carry out the order. In the last battle, the Anan Protectorate had paid far more than the price of 20,000 soldiers and the destruction of their water source. The Mengshi, Yusang army had expended an enormous amount of energy to tear down nearly half of the steel walls. In these circumstances, a large buffer zone had appeared, giving the ballistae space to develop. Ballista formation, hear my order. Wang Chang's eyes shone with cold light as he stared down the mountain. Boulders continued to rain down, but Wang Chong remained calm and composed, as if none of this had anything to do with him. 100 steps, 50 steps, 30 steps, 10 steps, at the base of the mountain, the black flood of steel formed by the Mengshi, Yusang army was getting closer and closer, picking up speed. Finally, bang! The tens of thousands of Mengshi, Yusang soldiers collided with the Anan Protectorate's final defense line. At that moment, the entire mountain range trembled. Archers, first unit, 250 steps to the left. Archers, second unit, 560 steps to the right. Archers, third unit, fire straight ahead. In a few short moments, Wang Chong issued a string of orders. The archers had already used up more than half of their arrows, and they didn't have many left. Wang Chong had to be careful with his every order. He had to think of a way to make good use of each volley of arrows so that the archers could be used to their fullest potential. Uncle Chen, Su Shiping, go to the southeast and provide reinforcements. No matter what, stop Long Qinba. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, I leave Senior Zhang Shouji to you. No matter what, he can't be harmed. Messenger, pass on my order to General Yang. There are no soldiers left on the mountain, and we don't have enough shield men. Tell him to hold on no matter what. No matter what price we have to pay, we can't let the Mengshi, Yusang army break through there. Pass on my order to General Zhang and General Duan. Have them join forces. Executioners, get ready to carry out my orders. Myriad Stars formation, prepare to activate. Chapter 621. The Myriad Stars formation had been tempered to become more and more terrifying after a fierce battle involving hundreds of thousands of people. When they got used to the operation of the formation, the power of the Myriad Stars formation gradually increased. 60,000 Anan Protectorate soldiers combined into one, unleashing the most terrifying killing power. The Mengshi, Yusang army was losing an astonishing number of soldiers every moment. Kill! Battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. The battle had reached an extremely intense stage right from the beginning. Corpses of the people of Uzan, Mengshi Zhao, Tang dynasty, and the corpses of war horses were strewn all over the mountains. The blood was like a waterfall, washing down from the top of the mountain, forming a ghastly scene. This was a battle of will against will. At the foot of the mountain, at the rear of the army, rows of shining long sabers were pointed at the sky, ready to strike down at any time. Since the beginning of the war, this was the first time that Mengshi Zhao and Uzan had formed an execution supervision team. Anyone who got cold feet or ran away in the middle of a battle would be beheaded without exception. The War of the Southwest had begun as a simple sneak attack, but it had developed into a protracted war that had exhausted both sides. Even the ferocious and combative Uzan people were eager to end the war and return to the Uzan highlands after experiencing the food shortage and the Mengshi Zhao rice consumption. And Mengshi Zhao's people also understood that they had already broken off with the Tang dynasty, and there was no way back. If they couldn't win this war, what awaited them would be the punishment of the Tang dynasty, and the whole of Irai would be scorched. Everyone's parents, wives, and children would become sacrifices under the iron hooves. Only by winning would there be room for negotiation. Moreover, Mengshi Zhao, Uzan, and the Tang dynasty had been enemies for a long time. So many people had died in this war, and the three parties had long been in a killing frenzy. Clang clang clang. Under the dark clouds, the sounds of swords, shields, axes, halberds, and crossbows rang out on the mountain. Cold light flashed on the mountaintop. Every moment, there would be people falling, and every moment, there would be warhorses neighing as they fell to the ground. In the fierce battlefield, even the Arai elephants, which were wrapped in thick plate armor, were falling one after another under the frenzied attacks, let alone the others. Congratulations to user for killing 6780 Mengshi, Yusang soldiers. Warning. 1,327 Tang Dynasty soldiers died in battle. Congratulations to user for killing 12,400 Mengshi, Yusang soldiers. Warning. 2,100 soldiers of the Tang Dynasty died in battle. The number of people is decreasing rapidly. Congratulations to user for killing 25600 Mengshi, Yusang soldiers. Warning. 3,500 soldiers of the Tang Dynasty have died in battle. Their numbers have been further reduced. On the mountaintop, the winds were howling, causing the flags to rustle. As for the Stone of Destiny, the congratulatory and warning voices in Wang Chang's mind were interwoven together, rushing down like a waterfall. But at this moment, Wang Chong had no mind to pay any attention to them. The battle had already reached an extremely tense and intense state, and Wang Chang's entire body was tense to the extreme. A string of orders was constantly issued from his mouth, and a messenger was rushing in and out of the mountain, passing down order after order. Have General Li Nian and General Zhang Chao reinforce the front lines. Use sound waves to stop those Arai elephants. No matter what, those elephants cannot be allowed to reach the summit. Have Chen Bo lead the saber and axe camp to deal with the Yuzhen camp. Tell him to first cut off the legs of the horses, then the horses. Cavalry, hear my order. Prepare to move out at any moment. Pass on my order. Anyone who retreats will be executed. With this final order, Wang Chang's eyes turned red. He was not a cold and cruel general who viewed the lives of his soldiers as nothing more than grass, but the fate of the Tang dynasty for the next 100 years, the millions of lives of the Central Plains, and the people of the Southwest, all depended on this battle. Wang Chong had no other choice. There were times when one had to learn to choose. Hold. The eyes of all the Tang dynasty generals on the mountain were red, all of them using all the strength they had in their lives to madly shout. In this final battle, everyone's lives depended on it, and all of them could sense the intense aura of death. This aura was so thick that it made one's scalp go numb and their entire body tremble. But no matter how they fought, the Mengshi, Yusang army at the base of the mountain was like an endless tide. Charge! The Tang people are already an arrow at the end of its flight. If they charge to the summit, only death awaits them. His Majesty has decreed that the first to reach the summit will be made a marquis of 10,000 households. The Prime Minister has decreed that whoever breaks through the Tang people's defenses and is the first to reach the summit will be made Great Warrior Satoru, personally conferred by the Tsenpo. In the vast black flood of steel, Mengshi Zhao and Yuzhen Empire generals stood on the mountain, constantly roaring and shouting as they supervised the battle. An Yuzhen horseman's warhorse stumbled over a stone and was forced back several steps before being cut in half by a saber. This sort of frenzied aura permeated the entire mountain. Everyone felt like swords and sabers were pressed against their bodies, urging and forcing them to rush up the mountain crazily. Boom! Another yak horn sounded out from the base of the mountain. This horn had a metallic clanging to it, completely different from the previous ones. Rumble. The earth sank as a storm of energy soared into the sky. At the base of the mountain, a highland steed that was taller than a human stood proudly. On the back of the steed, a burly figure stood as straight as a spear. The cape behind him fluttered in the wind, emitting a wild and domineering aura. Although he did nothing, the figure was like the sun in the sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Huishu Wuzong has made his move. In a place where no one was paying attention to, two figures hidden in the shadows of the army were also silently looking at Huishu Wuzong. On the other side, Duan Gechuan nodded. This should be Daluan Ruozen's plan. All his strategies have been completely destroyed by that kid. There's no other plan left. Gechuan, Huishu Wuzong is too domineering and flamboyant. Once he makes his move, he will definitely attract the attention of the entire Tang dynasty. This is our best chance. Another voice said. No. It's not time yet. Duan Gechuan shook his head and rejected the idea without hesitation. In the darkness, his eyes were extremely gloomy. Wait a little longer. In a little while, it will be time for us to completely defeat the Tang people. Your Majesty, don't worry. Your great ambition will definitely come true. I will also do my best to help you succeed. Duan Gechuan's voice revealed a strong will. The ruler and his subject knew each other, and the ruler and his subject would marry each other. Today's Mengshi Zhao Empire was built step by him and Jelifeng. This was not only Jelifeng's, but also his dream. Back then, by the banks of Irai, he had promised that he would definitely help him grow this small country that had been bullied by the banks of Irai into a powerful overlord on the continent. No matter what, he would never let this empire fall here, let alone allow his dream to collapse here. 15 minutes. In at most 15 minutes, I will let your Majesty see the scene of the Anam Protectorate completely ending here. Duan Gechuan looked into the distance, his eyes shining brightly. This was a promise made by a great general to a king. As soon as he finished speaking, everything returned to silence. Kaboom. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Huishu Wuzong had finally joined the battle. Hum. A beam of golden light bloomed on the mountain like the sun. Along with this golden light, a huge Vairocana Buddha appeared, majestic and domineering, standing tall in the mountain range. Endless chanting of Buddhist chants came from the void. Hum. Ma. Ni. Ba. Mi. Hum. The endless light made the Vairocana Buddha that Huishu Wuzong had transformed into look incomparably tall. Just looking at it from afar, it was enough to make people tremble and feel a deep sense of reverence. Roar. However, the mountain shook. Huishu Wuzong could not advance at all. An even bigger god in golden armor roared like an ancient sleeping god. It raised one palm and stood up from the mountain, fighting fiercely with Huishu Wuzong. Boom! 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 The shockwaves from their battle stirred up a huge gale on the mountain. Even the rocks were blown into the air. A battle of this level had already surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. Everyone was retreating. Duan Gechuan still hasn't made his move. While Wang Yan was fighting with Huishu Wuzong with the mighty miracle god formation, on the other side, Xian Yuzhongtong was dressed in martial attire. He was as calm as ice, staring at the bottom of the mountain. The place where Wang Yan and Huishu Wuzong were fighting wasn't too far away from him, but Xian Yuzhongtong didn't move, showing no intention of interfering. To Xian Yuzhongtong, he only had one opponent from the start of this war, Irai General Duan Gechuan, Mengshi Zhao's Irai General. The grudge between Xian Yuzhongtong and this Irai general didn't just start today. Back when Zhangqiu Jianxiong was still overseeing the southwest, Xian Yuzhongtong already had a grudge with him. But no grudge could compare to that crushing defeat on the Irai plains. This was destined to be a pain that would haunt Xian Yuzhongtong for the rest of his life. Reporting to General, not yet. So far, only Huishu Wuzong has made a move. A voice came from the side. Those who could follow Xian Yuzhongtong were the elites of the Anam Protectorate. Their hatred for Duan Gechuan was no less than Xian Yuzhongtong's. Duan Gechuan has been hiding behind Jelifeng all this time. He hasn't made a move yet. At Xian Yuzhongtong's side were the armored generals of the Anam Protectorate army, all of them clustered around him like stars surrounding the moon. With just a breath's worth of movement, they would be able to activate the Vajra deity formation and ambush Duangechuan with the strength of the entire army. But before that, no one was allowed to participate in any battle. This doesn't make sense. Under the fluttering black war flag of the Annam Protectorate, Xianyu Zhongtong looked at the powerful figure standing behind Jelifeng on the carriage in the distance. His brows slowly furrowed. This is the final day of the war. The fate of the three countries will be decided here. Duangechuan has already been silent for quite a few days. There's no reason for him to remain hidden on the final day of the war. Of the three great generals of the Mengshi, Yusang side, Jelifeng, Huishu Wuzong, and Duangechuan, only Huishu Wuzong had taken action. Because Jelifeng was the ruler of Mengshi Zhao, she did not rashly enter the battlefield. From the start of the war until now, Duangechuan had remained hidden behind the curtains, not taking action even once. If this had happened before, it would have been fine, but for him to do so now was definitely not normal. Chapter 622. Someone, tell young master to be on full alert. Xianyu Zhongtong's eyebrows rose as he suddenly said. But, the messenger hesitated and glanced up the mountain. At this moment, Wang Chong was already in a state of extreme exhaustion. He was almost single-handedly maintaining the operations of the entire army. 60,000 soldiers against 300,000 soldiers of the Mengshi, Yusang army. One could easily imagine how enormous the pressure on Wang Chong was. He was completely focused on commanding the army and had no time to spare for anything else. At a time like this, no one could bear to disturb him with any miscellaneous matters. There's no time to worry about that. If there's a problem on any of the fronts, we can still make up for it, but if Duangechuan takes action, all that awaits us is a complete wipeout. I have a feeling that Duangechuan is about to take action. That viper of the Arai won't be able to endure for that long. Xianyu Zhongtong said. As his mortal enemy in the southwest, Xianyu Zhongtong had an intense intuition about Duangechuan. Duangechuan's patience was not a sign of retreat. On the contrary, it was a sign that he was about to explode. The messenger nodded and quickly left. Meanwhile, Xianyu Zhongtong's surroundings fell silent once more, as if this life and death struggle and the intense battle on the battlefield had nothing to do with him. Duangechuan, Duangechuan, no matter what you're planning, no matter what you want to do, I'll keep my eyes on you. I won't give you the slightest chance. These thoughts flickered through Xianyu Zhongtong's eyes, but he quickly calmed down. In this battle, Duangechuan was fated to be his. Time had become meaningless in this place. The battle on the mountain range was extremely tragic, and the intensity had reached an extreme point. Every moment, a large number of Mengshi, Yusang and Tang dynasty soldiers were falling. There were so many corpses that they were even rolling down the mountain. The originally brown mountain had long ago been dyed scarlet. The air was suffused with the thick stench of blood. Almost there. Far away at the foot of the mountain, a pair of eyes blinked and then quickly disappeared without a trace. The surface of the mountain was filled with the sounds of fierce fighting. Near the top of the mountain, the fluttering black flag of the Annam Protectorate was particularly eye-catching. Compared to other places on the mountain, the area under the flagpole was extremely quiet. But under this silence, there was a clear sense of unease and anxiety in the air. Why? What was Duangechuan thinking? Are they really not going to do anything? On the mountain, the generals around Xianyu Zhongtong were all staring at the carriage, as well as Duangechuan, who was sitting on it. The battle had already reached this point. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties, but Duangechuan still showed no signs of making a move. No way. Could it be that Jelifeng and Duangechuan are going to end things like this? Xianyu Zhongtong gritted his teeth. In this battle, he had maintained absolute calm for more than 70% of the time. But at this moment, Xianyu Zhongtong had to admit that he had lost his composure. Duangechuan was definitely not a weak and incompetent coward. On the contrary, his lethality was far greater than that of others. At this point in the battle, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent. Xianyu Zhongtong knew that there had to be something he had overlooked. There was clearly nothing in front of him, but the sense of danger in the air was getting stronger. This bad feeling made Duan Gechuan go crazy. It can't be, it can't be. Duan Gechuan, you won't be so obedient. Xianyu Zhongtong clenched his fists and stared at the figure in the distance. The figure hidden under the crown and behind Jelifeng. The scene of the Battle of Irai suddenly appeared before his eyes. Corpses and blood filled his eyes. There were also tens of thousands of corpses from the Annam Protectorate. Even the vast Irai was dyed red. Rather than saying that they had lost to Meng Shizhao's enormous army, it was more like they had lost to the man who had been hiding in the dark. It was that man who had pierced through the Annam Protectorate's defensive line at the most crucial moment and buried the 100,000 Annam Protectorate soldiers on the rotten Irai plains. No matter what, I will not let that happen again. Xianyu Zhongtong clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were bloodshot. Ah! Suddenly, a cry came from the side. The generals of the Annam Protectorate looked at Xianyu Zhongtong in fear. Sir, blood! Something wet dripped onto his hand. Xianyu Zhongtong touched it with his hand, only to discover that blood had come out of his nose at some point. Did I overuse my brain? Xianyu Zhongtong looked at the blood on his hand mockingly. The blood reflected a pale, twisted, and blurry face. Then, he looked at his own reflection. Suddenly, something seemed to flash across his mind. Xianyu Zhongtong stood there in a daze. His mind was blank. Although there was nothing in front of him, Xianyu Zhongtong's body was cold. Not good. In the blink of an eye, Xianyu Zhongtong suddenly began to scream, his entire face contorted in extreme fear. Young master, be careful. Xianyu Zhongtong abruptly turned toward the summit and shouted at the top of his lungs. Xianyu Zhongtong felt that he was really happy, but unfortunately, it was all too late. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. On the summit, Wang Chong had just looked in Xianyu Zhongtong's direction in shock. In the next moment, it was as if a giant nuclear bomb had fallen on the mountain. Countless Annam Protectorate soldiers screamed as they were blasted into the sky by a terrifying force and sent flying in all directions. Many people were still in the air when they were shredded to pieces by that terrifying force. Their severed limbs flew through the air. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, a black, two-headed, four-armed demon god wielding a large saber suddenly rose from the ground. It appeared at the edge of the Myriad Stars formation. Boom! In the southeast, the defensive line that Wang Chong had painstakingly built up collapsed. Countless shield-bearers, axemen, spearmen, and even the ballistae behind them were all shredded to pieces by this one strike. The saber energy dozens of Zhang Long even split the ground in two, plowing a deep trench. And within the trench, a thick corrosive black mist even emerged. Ah! Shrill screams filled the air. At that moment it was as if time had stopped. Duan Gechuan. As he stared at the massive gap that had been torn open, Wang Chong's heart stopped, a look of despair appearing on his youthful face. How could it be him? The war between the Tang dynasty and Mengshi, Yu Sang had reached an extremely crucial moment. Wang Chong had never imagined that Duan Gechuan would strike at this moment, and without any warning whatsoever. What made Wang Chong even more terrified was that Duan Gechuan had chosen the weakest and most flawed part of the Myriad Stars formation. Boom! The Myriad Stars formation had been operating like a massive machine, devouring countless Mengshi, Yusang soldiers, but at this moment, it suddenly came to a halt as if it had suffered a heavy blow. Duan Gechuan's attack was like a dagger stabbing into the heart of the Annam Protectorate, completely disrupting Wang Chong's rhythm and shattering the Myriad Stars formation. Mengshi Zhao soldiers, attack with me. Today will be the day that the Annam Protectorate is completely buried. Duan Gechuan's voice came from the mouth of the two-headed, four-armed demon god, echoing over the battlefield. This was the first time he had made a sound on this mountain, but it had changed the entire battlefield, reversed the course of the war in the southwest. Roar! Attack with the great general! Kill our way to the summit and slaughter the Annam Protectorate. The great general is mighty. Our Mengshi Zhao is about to win. The morale of the dispirited Mengshi Zhao army instantly soared the moment Duangechuan appeared. Thousands of Mengshi Zhao soldiers roared and followed Duangechuan, madly charging toward the summit through the gap Duangechuan had opened. Kaiyil. It was not just Mengshi Zhao's army. Countless Uzan soldiers followed close behind. The effects of Duangechuan's actions were devastating, and like a chain reaction, the entire Annam Protectorate on the summit was pushed back again and again. In just a few moments, the gap Duangechuan had opened had grown several times larger. Kaiyil. The shouts from the summit shook the heavens like a tsunami. The tens of thousands of soldiers of the Mengshi, Yusang army surged forward like a tide, charging into the gap. Ha ha ha, wonderful! The great general has succeeded. At the base of the mountain, Fengjie heartily laughed, his face red with excitement. Gechuan, you truly have not disappointed us. In the middle of the army, Jelifeng's eyes shone with a dazzling light. At this point in the battle, Mengshi Zhao and Uzan were finally showing signs of winning this battle. From Jelifeng's perspective, the Annam Protectorate on the summit was already in tatters, on the verge of collapse. Whether it was the timing, the location, or the methods, Duangechuan had executed them all to perfection. This was a true sure-kill strike. Xianyu Zhongtong, you've lost. Jelifeng couldn't help but smile as she gazed at the summit where the black banner was fluttering. From start to finish, Xianyu Zhongtong and his generals had not moved at all. How could Jelifeng and Duangechuan not understand what he was thinking? Alas, when the devil grew 1 foot, the Tao grew 10. In the end, Xianyu Zhongtong had still lost to Duangechuan. This is impossible. Chapter 623. Xianyu Zhongtong could not believe it. He had been staring at Duangechuan with his eyes wide open, but in the end, Duangechuan appeared on the other side of the mountain and chose the most subtle moment to tear apart the myriad stars formation that Wang Chong had painstakingly built in one fell swoop. Xianyu Zhongtong had put up a lot of defenses, but in the end, he still failed. The screams of the Annam Protectorate were like a huge mockery, ringing in Xianyu Zhongtong's ears. I've been deceived by them. Xianyu Zhongtong fiercely clenched his fists. After his initial shock, no matter how slow Xianyu Zhongtong's reactions were, he still understood that Duangechuan had used a trick to steal the sky and switch the sun in front of him. The figure standing on the carriage, hidden in the darkness, was definitely not Duangechuan. Jelifeng. A thought appeared in his mind, and Xianyu Zhongtong's mind became clear. In the entire Mengshi Zhao Empire, only Jelifeng could release the same aura as Duangechuan. And if Jelifeng was playing the role of Duangechuan, then there was no doubt that the Jelifeng on the carriage was fake. Xianyu Zhongtong knew that he had made a huge mistake. He had been focusing on Duangechuan and had neglected Jelifeng, the ruler of Mengshi Zhao. Despicable. In a flash, this thought flashed through his mind. In the next moment, Xianyu Zhongtong instantly cast the strongest Vajra formation in the entire Annam Protectorate. Roar! An earth-shattering roar of fury rang out, and before everyone's eyes, a gigantic heavenly god, whose entire body shone with a metallic luster, rose from the mountain with a loud rumble. Duangechuan, you shameless villain, fight me to the death. Xianyu Zhongtong's angry voice was like thunder, echoing in the sky above the mountain peak. Even the whole mountain range trembled and buzzed in his angry voice. Boom! A huge foot traversed the space of over 100 feet, quickly stepping in Duangechuan's direction. Duangechuan was quickly blocked by Xianyu Zhongtong. The two huge clones were locked in a fierce battle on the mountain. From the beginning until now, this was the first time that a battle between the commanders of the two teams had appeared. Wang Yan vs Huishu Wuzong vs Xianyu Zhongtong vs Duangechuan. However, nothing could be changed. Duangechuan's appearance had completely defeated the Annam Protectorate at the top of the mountain. Only defeat awaited the Annam Protectorate. "Ha, Imperial Father, we won!" Fenjie roared with laughter. Standing on the carriage, he tore off his dragon robe. The plan had been completed. As the crown prince of the Mengshi Zhao Empire, there was no longer any need for him to hide his identity and pretend to be his father. "Jai, you've worked hard. In the future, the Southwest will be the world of us father and son. After this battle, you and I, father and son, will forever be recorded in the annals of history as meritorious subjects of Erai's 6 Zhao." Jelifeng also couldn't suppress the excitement and joy in his heart. He didn't know how long he had waited for this battle. After paying so much, this moment had finally arrived. Mengshi Zhao shouldn't be content to live in a corner of the world, and he, Jelifeng, shouldn't be just a little ruler of Erai. Swallowing the Southwest and ruling over the world, this was his deepest dream. And today, this day was finally going to come true. "Imperial Father, your child is going. I want to become the first crown prince of the Mengshi Zhao Empire to plant his war banner on the mountain." Fenjie's face was flushed with excitement. Leaping off the chariot, he mounted an Erai steed and galloped toward the summit. "Young master, the Southwest has been lost. Young master, there are many casualties in the southeast. Young master, they have too many people. We're simply no match for them. Young master, what should we do now? Young master, anxious and panicked voices rang out in Wang Chang's ears. In the southeast and southwest, the entire Annam Protectorate's defense line was on the verge of falling, and countless pieces of news were gathering in Wang Chang's hands. The soldiers of the Mengshi, Yusang army were pouring into the gap, and through the widening of the gap, they were pushing in other directions. The entire Annam Protectorate was facing an unprecedented calamity. In a few short moments, the Annam Protectorate had suffered unprecedented casualties. Warning. 12344 casualties in the Annam Protectorate. Warning. 14056 casualties in the Annam Protectorate. Warning. 18423 casualties in the Annam Protectorate. Warning. 21714 casualties in the Annam Protectorate. The Stone of Destiny's warning cascaded through Wang Chang's mind like a waterfall. In a few short moments, the entire summit was covered in corpses. The Annam Protectorate had lost more people than it had in that final battle. Wang Chang's vision was a sea of blood, and the air was suffocating with the stench of blood. The savage laughter of the Mengshi, Yusang army resounded over the summit. Wang Chong could even see an Uzun soldier not far from him. The summit was on the verge of falling. Countless days and nights of defense were on the verge of complete failure. From being as solid as a boulder to completely collapsing, all of this happened in just a split second. At this moment, Wang Chong felt his body go cold, like he had been plunged into an icehouse. But it only took a moment for Wang Chong to react. Clang! As everyone watched, Wang Chong suddenly unsheathed his sword, the cold Wuxia steel sword pointing to the heavens. General Zhang, General Yang, assemble the shield men and the axe men to reinforce the southwest. Archers, knock the last arrow. 50 steps ahead, long shot. Everyone else, follow me. Messengers, pass on my order. Everyone put all their strength into the formation. The eagle, I leave this place to you. Everyone else, follow me. In the chaos, Wang Chang's voice became the backbone of the army, stabilizing the Annam Protectorate. The army that had been on the verge of collapse instantly began to show signs of stabilizing. And the myriad stars formation that had been on the verge of collapse also began to show signs of beginning to circulate once more. But even the myriad stars formation seemed to find it hard to hold on against the endless ranks of the Mengshi, Yusang army. There was not much time left for Wang Chong. Young master, give the order. There were many figures on the summit, and it took only a few short moments for several dozen people to gather behind Wang Chong. At this point in the battle, not even Wang Chong had many soldiers he could use. Clang! Sword in hand, Wang Chong led the several dozen soldiers behind him toward the gap in the Mengshi, Yusang army. Without too many reinforcements and without too many powerful generals, Wang Chong resolutely charged forward. No matter what, I won't admit defeat. Wang Chong tightly gripped his Wuxia steel sword, a thought flitting through his mind, and then he charged into the air. Single-step consecutive slash. A cold light flashed through the air. A moment later, Wang Chong descended from the sky, his sword slashing through a Nuzan horseman. Squelch! A fountain of blood sprayed into the air. The horseman was still seated on his horse, but his head was sent flying into the air. Bang! In another flash, Wang Chong charged at another Nuzan horseman, a second head flying into the air. A third, a fourth, a fifth, wherever Wang Chong passed, heads would roll. Kill him! He's Wang Chong! A Mengshi Zhao soldier shouted, his eyes brightening when he saw Wang Chong. In an instant, countless soldiers surged forward. If there was one person in the Mengshi, Yusang army that everyone wanted to kill, it was definitely Wang Chong. Not just the commanders, but even the lowest-ranking soldiers knew that the War of the Southwest had dragged on for so long and had suffered so many casualties because of a person called Wang Chong. Kill! Kill Wang Chong! Make him a marquis of 10,000 households. Countless soldiers began to change directions and charge at Wang Chong. Leaping dragon spear. Bang! Wang Chong's body flickered as he shot into the sky like a bolt of lightning. As everyone watched, the air howled as a massive azure flood dragon descended from the sky, its might as it floated in the air. But before anyone could react, the azure flood dragon had already vanished. Boom! A massive fissure appeared in the sky, its power so great that it even left a massive gorge in the ground. Behind Wang Chong, corpses were strewn all over the ground, heads flying everywhere. Wang Chong's Wuxia steel sword was practically unstoppable in this dense army. But Wang Chong's slaughter had not only failed to restrain the Mengshi, Yusang army, but had instead attracted even more soldiers to charge at him. Kill Wang Chong and we'll win. Avenge our brothers. Kill him. Don't be afraid. At this moment, all the soldiers of the Mengshi, Yusang army became extremely fierce. Death and blood only served to stimulate the savagery and bloodthirst in their hearts. But Wang Chong could no longer see any of this. At this moment, Wang Chong's heart was dripping with blood, and there was only one thought in his mind. Kill! 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 Die! 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 30 years of fame and dust, 8,000 li of clouds and moon. From the capital until now, Wang Chong had persevered for countless days and nights, plotting countless methods, preparing countless things, but now, everything was about to turn to dust. Duan Gichuan's final attack had dealt Wang Chong a fatal blow. All Wang Chong's efforts, all his hardships, were about to turn to dust. No matter what, I will never admit defeat. Wang Chong's eyes turned red. Clang! A bloody cold light flew out from the left side of Wang Chong's waist, circling in the air and stabbing into the body of a Mengshi Zhao soldier, and then a second, a third, a fourth. Boundless blood energy surged into Wang Chong's body. Stimulated by this blood energy, Wang Chong's aura grew stronger and stronger. 1, 2, 3, 4, Mengshi, Yusang soldiers continued to fall. Wang Chong was like a tireless war machine, fighting alone in the vast Mengshi, Yusang army. Boom! Just when the battle was at its most intense, there was a massive boom that caused the entire mountain to fiercely shudder. The eastern line has been broken. The eastern line has been broken. In the blink of an eye, a heaven-shaking roar came from behind him. Wang Chang's heart chilled as he turned his head. Buzz. Bzzz. Time seemed to stop for a moment. Under the gloomy sky, the lines to the southeast began to crumble. Warhorses neighed as the Tibetan cavalry rode up the mountain on their highland steeds, savage smiles on their faces. Chapter 624. Buzz. In that instant, Wang Chang's entire body went cold, and his heart turned to ash. A second gap. The gap that Duangachuan had blasted open had not yet been plugged, but a second gap had appeared in the myriad stars formation. Wang Chang looked around and saw that there were even more places where he could not hold on any longer. The mountains rose and fell, and the screams of the Annam Protectorate's people on the verge of death could be heard everywhere. Could it be that the heavens really want my Tang dynasty to die? In that instant, Wang Chang's entire body trembled, and his heart bled. Endless pain surged like a tide, so intense that it was almost suffocating. Why? Why is it like this? Why did the heavens let me be reborn, but still make me experience all this? Could it be that the previous life was not enough? In this life, the Central Plains, the Tang dynasty, must experience the fate of the previous life. Blood flowed from Wang Chang's eyes, and a voice in his heart roared with indignation and anger. In his days, scenes from his last life once more appeared before his eyes, the Central Plains scorched by the flames of war, the tattered and broken dragon banners, the crumbling Great Tang, the tens of thousands of terrified corpses strewn across the plains, the common people reduced to bones, and the foreign invaders galloping through the rivers of steel and horses, spreading death and despair. All of this had begun with the collapse of the Southwest. If he could not even stop the tragedy of the Southwest, how could he stop the fate of the Tang dynasty? At this moment, Wang Chang was in so much pain that he could not breathe. The pain, indignation, powerlessness, and remorse from his previous life when he was about to die once again surfaced in his heart. No, even if I die, I will not let this happen again before my eyes. Wang Chang fiercely gripped the Wuxia steel sword in his right hand and the little yin-yang sword in his left hand. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, and he suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar in the formation. Bang! As if in response to Wang Chang's call, a massive bolt of azure lightning suddenly shot through the dark clouds. Warhorses neighed in the neigh, and the sudden appearance of this lightning bolt left all the Mengshi, Yusang soldiers dumbfounded. At the foot of the mountain, even Daluan Ruozan was surprised. No matter what, I will never admit defeat. No matter what, I will never admit defeat. No matter what, I will never admit defeat. There has never been a savior in this world. There is no such thing as fate. I am the master of my own fate. The voice in Wang Chang's heart grew louder and louder. In the darkness, a power that he had never felt before was burning in his body like a flame, and it was growing stronger and stronger. Anger, boundless anger, unwillingness, intense unwillingness. In the next moment. Clang! A clear sword cry resounded through the void. Wang Chang raised the long sword in his hand and abruptly soared into the sky. Fight! 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 Kill! 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 Die! Die! Even if millions of people retreat, I will never retreat. Even if everyone gives up, I will never give up. The Southwest will not be defeated, the Tang dynasty will not be defeated, and I will also not lose. The last sentence turned into an earth-shattering roar. Swish! The long sword swung through the air, and row after row of Mengshi, Yusang soldiers were felled. Roiling blood energy surged out of the bodies of these soldiers and gathered in Wang Chang's body. This surging blood energy was like some sort of bait, stimulating something deeply hidden in Wang Chang's body. Cack-lack. His bones began to crack as Wang Chang's body impossibly grew taller, and an inconceivably powerful energy exploded from his body. Rumble. His dantian shuddered, and in a single breath, a brand new halo of thorns appeared under Wang Chang's feet. At almost the same time, Wang Chong finally broke through the bottleneck that had prevented him from reaching the profound martial realm, truly stepping into the profound martial realm. Buzz. In a fierce gale, a bloody energy spread from the roots of Wang Chang's hair to the ends. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chang's pitch-black hair had transformed into a bewitching bloody hair. It was not just his hair. Even Wang Chang's eyes had turned bloody, brimming with killing intent, madness, and brutality. But at this moment, Wang Chong could no longer see anything. Everything in front of him was a bloody red. No matter what, I will never lose. An increasingly intense unwillingness and rage began to grow in Wang Chang's mind. Rumble. Wang Chang's speed suddenly increased as he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Rumble. A faint bloody blade flashed through the air, and large swathes of the Mengshi, Yusang army were felled. I won't lose, I definitely won't lose. Wang Chang's figure once more shot through the air. Screams filled the air as more Mengshi, Yusang soldiers were felled. Roiling blood energy, pulled by an invisible energy, madly poured into Wang Chang's body. The little yin-yang art within Wang Chang's body rumbled. Now that he had broken into the profound martial realm and broken free from the shackles of cultivation, the roiling blood energy stimulated Wang Chang's strength to madly grow. Boom! With a jolt of his dantian, Wang Chong instantly reached Tier 1 of the profound martial realm. Behind him, several dozen Mengshi, Yusang cavalry were felled along with their horses. Capture Wang Chong and make him a marquis of 10,000 households. Endless Mengshi, Yusang soldiers excitedly charged forward, and it seemed like they would never be able to kill all of them. Swish! A cold light flashed, and screams filled the air as heads flew into the air. Profound Martial Tier 2. Wang Chang's strength was still soaring. Kill him. He's only one person. Don't be afraid. With a heaven-shaking roar, a massive figure climbed up the mountain. This was a sky-quaking giant. Roar! Before he could even stabilize himself, a thick metal cudgel like the trunk of a tree swept toward Wang Chong with the weight of Mount Tai. He's mine. The sky-quaking giant roared, speaking in a language that only he could understand. Clang! The thick metal cudgel suddenly split in two, the cut as smooth as a mirror. The massive sky-quaking giant stared at the half of the cudgel in his hand in a daze, but before he could react, Pooh! A long sword pierced deeply into his heart, cutting off his life force. Profound Martial Tier 3. The massive sky-quaking giant's eyes went round as he fell to the ground in front of Wang Chong, his vigorous blood energy surging into Wang Chong's body. Kill! 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 Kill everyone in front of me. Strength, I need a huge amount of strength, an endless amount of strength. The blood in front of Wang Chong's eyes grew redder and redder. Boom! Leaping Dragon Spear. Wang Chong shot forward once more, but this time, the illusion of an azure flood dragon in the sky had become a dark red flood dragon. Boom! Wang Chong shot down from the sky and landed on the summit. Aya! Hundreds of Mengshi, Yusang soldiers collapsed, bloody mists gushing out of their bodies and flooding into Wang Chong's body. Wang Chong's strength rose once more, Profound Martial Tier 4. Damn it! What's that? As Wang Chong's leaping dragon spear descended, the blazing bloody light in the middle of the army was extremely conspicuous, attracting the attention of a powerful Profound Martial Realm Mengshi Zhao general. Although it was impossible to see the figure in the bloody light, there was no doubt that the bloody light had already obstructed the army. Clang! The Profound Martial Realm Mengshi Zhao general unsheathed his sword, his eyes flashing with cold light as he mounted an Eri steed and galloped toward the summit like a bolt of lightning. 50 zhang, 30 zhang, 20 zhang. When he was only 10 zhang away, boom! In a cold flash of light, the profound martial realm Mengshi Zhao general leaped from the back of his steed, leaping over countless Mengshi, Yusang soldiers and sweeping up a furious gale as he slashed down at Wang Chong. Boom! The profound martial realm general of Mengshi Zhao was upside down, his sword clashing with Wang Chong's. With a loud rumble, smoke and dust billowed, and Gang Qi surged. A circle of black and red qi violently exploded with the two of them as the center. Wang Chong's frenzied slaughter had finally been stopped by the appearance of this general. Humph, brat, you're dead for sure. The Mengshi Zhao general roared, his eyes fiercely staring into the depths of the bloody light. But a moment later, squelch. A sword was thrust into his heart. The Mengshi Zhao general's eyes went wide as he stared in disbelief at the sword thrust into his heart. Then, with a swing of Wang Chong's sword, he was thrown to the ground, where he lay motionless. Profound Martial Realm Tier 5. After absorbing the energy of the Mengshi Zhao general, Wang Chong's strength had once more swelled. Kill! 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 Power, I need limitless power. Gotcha! Wang Chong's joints swelled, and his originally tall body suddenly grew even larger. Around him, a thick fog gathered and did not dissipate. The little yin-yang art's power was at its greatest in this intense battle. The more Wang Chong killed, the more energy he absorbed, and the more terrifying his strength became. His strength, speed, and dexterity all increased, completely incomparable to before. This was the first time that the little yin-yang art had displayed its terrifying might on a proper battlefield. A voice resounded in Wang Chong's mind, but it was quickly drowned out by the Stone of Destiny's warnings. And Wang Chong didn't hear it at all. Boom! Wang Chong pressed close to the ground and charged forward. Boom! A powerful energy exploded. Aya! Screams filled the air as countless Mengshi, Yusang soldiers and their horses were thrown into the air. Kill him! Two Mengshi, Yusang generals rushed forward, one on the left and one on the right, attacking together. However, in the next moment, whoosh, whoosh, two massive heads flew into the air. The two of them couldn't even keep up with his speed, couldn't keep up with his figure. Profound Martial Tier 6. With the energy of these Mengshi, Yusang generals, Wang Chong's strength had risen by another level. Chaos, slaughter, blood, all of this had become nourishment for Wang Chong's strength. Even more frightening was that there was an even more powerful energy in Wang Chong's mind, urging him to get stronger. Kill, kill, kill. Fight, fight, fight. An intense killing intent began to madly swell in Wang Chong's mind, so intense that the veins in Wang Chong's body began to bulge and twist under the pressure of this killing intent. Chapter 625. Who is that? Mengshi Zhao's great general has already opened a gap, so why hasn't he charged in yet? On another battlefield at the base of the mountain, the eyes of an Tier 7 profound martial Uzun general chilled at the sight of the thousands of Mengshi, Yusang soldiers exploding into the air, an astonishing killing intent flashing through his eyes. Clang! Unsheathing a peerless scimitar that gleamed with a cold light, the Uzun general exuding a powerful aura flew toward the summit. A few moments later, bang! The two swords collided and a monstrous strength invaded the atmosphere. The general of the 7th Xian Qi layer released a monstrous amount of qi, it was like thunder. The monstrous qi even made the soldiers around him fly away. Beneath his feet, a vast halo of thorns enveloped the area. An invisible energy condensed into a yellow mist, which passed through the feet of this Tibetan general and madly gathered in his body, instantly increasing his strength. Translated by Hypersheep 325. The Halo of the Great Earth. The Uzun did not understand the laws as well as the people of the Central Plains. Although this Tier 7 profound martial general did not have a very high understanding of the laws, it was enough for him to absorb energy from the earth and increase his own strength. But this lightning-like strike that could split a boulder had collided with the strength of a mountain. Boom! An explosion of energy almost flattened the entire mountain. Wang Chang's bewitching red hair danced in the wind, his entire body red like a brand. With just his two swords, he had managed to block the full-strength strike of the Uzun general. How could this be? The Uzun general's pupils constricted as he stared at the savage and crazed red eyes, his heart turning cold. He had put all his strength into this strike, but his opponent's two hands were raised, his feet seemingly rooted to the earth, not moving at all. The power of this strike was enough to split apart steel, but Wang Chang's body was like a mountain. Not only did it not budge, it even sent a powerful force back at him. How could his body be this powerful? General Uzun's eyes were wide open, his face was filled with disbelief. Wang Chang's strength definitely didn't exceed the 7th stage of the profound martial realm. But under the same cultivation, Lin Yun didn't even move an inch after taking his attack head-on. Lin Yun's internal organs would definitely be heavily injured. Even he couldn't do this. No, it was impossible for any cultivator in the 7th stage of the profound martial realm, unless their physical body was strong to an inhuman level. However, what shocked General Uzun had yet to begin, the sound of gears turning could be heard coming from the void. The light behind Wang Chong changed, and a gigantic and mighty six-armed King Kong vaguely appeared. There were also faint sounds of Buddhist incantations. Six-armed Ksitigarbha Vajra. Isn't this the unique skill of our great snow mountain temple? General Uzun was shocked. It was one thing for this fellow's body to be so powerful that he could block one of his swords. But he also knew a supreme skill of the Uzun Plateau's great snow mountain temple. Boom! Supported by the six-armed Ksitigarbha vaguely, Wang Chong struck out with both hands. Boom! This single strike sent this Uzun Tier 7 profound martial general tumbling across the ground, leaving a trail of dust in his wake as he was sent flying. This is impossible. A hint of shock flashed through General Uzun's face. While he was still stunned by the fact that he had been sent flying, a bloody light flashed over his head. Swish! He felt a pain in his neck as one of the heads of the 6 suns was sent flying. What speed! General Uzun's vision went dark, and he knew nothing else. 10, 100, 1,000, hundreds, thousands of Mengshi, Yusang soldiers fell around Wang Chong. Human corpses, horse corpses, and broken swords piled together, creating a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. More and more corpses fell around Wang Chong. He was like a tireless machine, madly slaughtering his way through the summit. The killing intent exuding from his body grew thicker and thicker, causing even the air around him to twist. And the stellar energy in the bodies of the dead Mengshi, Yusang soldiers was constantly extracted by the little Yinyang sword, transforming it into bloody mist that fused into Wang Chang's body, constantly increasing his strength. The little Yinyang art was known as the world's #1 evil art, and its ability to endlessly increase a martial artist's strength was being displayed to its fullest at this moment. Slowly, not even Wang Chong noticed it, but a powerful and oppressive aura began to erupt from his body. At the start, all the Mengshi, Yusang soldiers had tirelessly charged forward, but now, as long as they got within a certain range of Wang Chong, they would begin to feel an intense unease and tremble. It was like the person standing in front of them was not a person, but a demon god. What's going on? How did he get so strong? After fighting for so long, why hasn't his internal energy weakened, but gotten stronger and stronger? This fellow isn't human at all. No one can last this long. Everyone, be careful. Don't get too close to him. Why is it like this? When I get close, my entire body trembles, and I can't even hold my saber. At the start, Wang Chong had seemed like he could rely on numbers to kill him, but now that Wang Chong had advanced to profound martial Tier 7 and Tier 8, everything had changed. All of them sensed an extreme danger from Wang Chong, like a sharp blade that could stab into their hearts at any moment. That fellow, is he the commander of the Tang dynasty? In a place where Wang Chong could not see, a figure stood, his eyes slightly narrowed and exuding a cold light. Wang Chang's appearance had greatly changed, but Tumi Sangza was still able to determine his identity from his thin figure. After fighting for more than half a month, that youth forever standing beneath the banner on the high mountain had been deeply branded into the minds of every Mengshi, Yusang commander. Uzun's side was particularly different. Everyone now knew that the Prime Minister hated that youth of the Tang dynasty to the bone. He had even said that even if the entire Annam Protectorate was to be let off, that youth called Wang Chong could not be spared. Humph, if I kill him, I'll be the #1 warrior of the plateau. Tumi Sangza leaped onto the massive metal giant next to him and stood on its left shoulder. A moment later, the earth rumbled as the black metal giant raised one of its massive feet and began to stride up the mountain with Tumi Sangza. Behind him, another steel giant followed closely with countless iron men. Out of the way! An Uzun voice thundered over the summit. All the Uzun soldiers retreated like the receding tide. Only Meng Shizhao and the others had no idea what he was talking about. However, before they could react, the sky darkened. Two mountain-sized iron fists, one on the left and one on the right, brought along gusts of strong winds as they smashed towards the bloody light on the mountain peak like lightning. Bang! The earth sank and shuddered like a deck encountering a hidden wave. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the fists of the two metal giants smashed down on Wang Chang's head. Hiss! There was a gasp. On the summit, Wang Chong raised his head to the sky, his two red-hot arms firmly blocking the fists of the metal giants. The two fists that could shatter mountains had failed to injure him in the slightest. At this moment, everyone's eyes were suffused with deep apprehension. Humph! Take my saber. An icy voice came from above. As Wang Chong was doing his best to block the two metal giants, Tumi Sangza leaped down from the metal giant's shoulder. Boom! A saber glow tore through the air. Tumi Sangza had become one with his saber, leaving behind a saber energy Tensum Zhang in the air as he slashed down at Wang Chong. Boom! A blood-red shroud of light erupted from Wang Chong's body. Within the shroud of light, Wang Chong raised his two swords to block Tumi Sangza's surekill strike. But Tumi Sangza's strike contained boundless strength that sent Wang Chong's saber crashing into the earth. The rocks beneath his feet shattered, and in the end, only half his body was left on the ground. Damn it! He didn't die even after this. Tumi Sangza's pupils constricted as he stared at the ground in shock. He had used the two metal giants to restrain Wang Chong so that he could use his final strike to kill Wang Chong. But he hadn't expected that Wang Chong would still be alive. Bzzz. Tumi Sangza swung his scimitar, preparing to strike while the iron was hot with a furious storm of attacks. But in a flash of bloody light, Wang Chong suddenly vanished from in front of him. This was completely outside of Tumi Sangza's expectations, but before he could react, he heard an indistinct but sharp whistle. It was faintly discernible, but it was incredibly sharp. It was so fast that even Tumi Sangza was inwardly alarmed. Not good. Tumi Sangza was alarmed. Without thinking, he leapt into the air towards the nearby metal giant. Boom! At almost the same time, there was a flash of bloody light as a sharp sword energy swept past where Tumi Sangza had been standing. The sword energy missed, but the metal fists of the two metal giants were cleaved in two and sent flying high into the air, the cuts as smooth as a mirror. Even Tumi Sangza was secretly alarmed at this sight, goosebumps rising all over his body. If he had been just a little slower, the one cleaved in two would not have been the metal giants, but him. But this was not the end. The bloody arc of light flashed as it once more slashed at Tumi Sangza. Boom! Tumi Sangza had just raised his hand to block this sword when another bloody light swept past him, but this time, it was not in front of him, but behind him. How could he be so fast? Tumi Sangza was stronger than Jiao Sero, let alone those ordinary commanders. In terms of martial arts, not even Wang Chong was a match for him. But the speed and dexterity Wang Chong displayed was something not even an expert of Tumi Sangza's level could achieve. Fast. Too fast, too fast. Chapter 626. Clang. 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 Tumi Sangza pushed his strength to the limit, his scimitar impenetrable as he put all his strength into each attack. But in the face of Wang Chong's furious barrage of attacks, he could only parry, unable to counterattack. Wang Chong's speed had completely surpassed the limits of his cultivation, and not even Tumi Sangza could keep up. When Wang Chong reached profound martial tier 7 and tier 8, his phantom steps had undergone a qualitative transformation, reaching a new level. The more Tumi Sangza fought, the more alarmed he became. In the end, he couldn't help but shout. "Uzun soldiers, hear my order. The one Prime Minister wants to kill, Wang Chong, is here. Everyone, come and kill him." Tumi Sangza's panicked roar exploded over the summit, his voice echoing over the entire battlefield. Not only did it attract the attention of the generals of the Uzun Gari royal lineage, it also attracted the attention of Daluan Ruozan at the base of the mountain. Wang Chong. At the base of the mountain, Daluan Ruozan's eyes chilled as he turned like a bolt of lightning toward the source of the voice. Wang Chong's name was like a curse that instantly stimulated Daluan Ruozan. If there was one thing that Daluan Ruozan was more concerned about than the outcome of this battle, it was Wang Chong's life or death. Pass on my order. Ignore the Annam Protectorate. First kill Wang Chong. No matter what, he can't be allowed to leave alive. Longkinba and Tsirin Xiangxiong, have them go as well. Daluan Ruozan stared at the summit where the bloody light had come from, making no attempt to conceal the naked killing intent in his eyes. Buzz. Daluan Ruozan's order quickly spread to the entire battlefield, and with this order, the Uzun army on the mountain immediately began to transform. The Prime Minister has ordered us to kill Wang Chong. Everyone, listen up. Southeast direction, kill your way to the top. From the top of the mountain, there was a roar that sounded like a landslide or a tsunami. Looking down from the sky, one could only hear the neighing of war horses. Countless Uzun cavalrymen were charging towards the mountain top in the southeast. Kill Wang Chong there. He will be conferred the title of the strongest warrior of the plateau. One by one, the warhorses leaped up the mountain peak. The Uzun general on the back of the horse had a gaze as sharp as a knife, and a powerful aura burst out from his body like a hurricane. Compared to ordinary soldiers, these Tibetan commanders were much more valiant and ferocious. Rumble, the steel trembled, and one after another, great thorny halo descended. Each great thorny halo represented an Uzun profound martial realm general. Nay. Amidst the shocking neighing of the warhorses, more than 10 Uzun generals had ferocious looks in their eyes. They became one with their horses, and they swung their scimitars towards Wang Chong from all directions. Bang! 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 One by one, the warhorses fell to the ground, and huge bloody holes appeared on their bodies. Before they could even get close, all the Uzun generals were attacked like lightning. Nay. One of the Uzun generals was riding on the back of his horse, and his body was still in the position of leaping forward. In the next moment, a bloody light flashed, and this Uzun general was instantly cut in half along with his horse. Bang! 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 A second, a third, a fourth, before the Uzun generals could get very far, they were cut down by Wang Chong on the summit. After they died, their inner energies condensed into a bloody mist that filled the air and surged into Wang Chong's body. Caklack. In just a few short moments, Wang Chong's strength once more rose. From profound martial level 7, profound martial level 8, all the way to profound martial level 9, and then to the peak of profound martial level 9. Not good. Tumi Sangza paled. No matter how slow he was, he now realized that he had made a massive mistake. His original intention had been to summon more top-class experts to help him out of his predicament and attack Wang Chong with him, killing this mortal malady of the Uzun Empire on the summit. But Tumi Sangza had forgotten that with Wang Chong's current cultivation, many of the Uzun generals were no longer a match for him. If these low-level Uzun generals charged onto the summit, they would only become nourishment for Wang Chong. With their cultivation stripped away, Wang Chong would become even more terrifying. When Wang Chong was only at profound martial level 7 or 8, he had already been able to threaten him, even make him feel like he was hovering on the edge of death. Now that he had obtained the inner energies of these Uzun generals, wouldn't that mean, just as this thought flashed through his mind, Tumi Sangza's body went stiff. A faint bloody mark as thin as a hair suddenly appeared on his forehead, spreading from his forehead to his nose, mouth, chest. In the end, it spread to the metal giant's body, cleaving the metal giant in two. I didn't think that I would die to his hand. Tumi Sangza's eyes went round, his entire body freezing. Wang Chong was too fast, too fast. He didn't even have time to unsheath his saber before he was slain by Wang Chong. Bang! As countless people watched, Tumi Sangza, standing on the shoulder of the metal giant, exploded. At the same time that he died, the Iron Men and Iron Men summoned under the effect of the halo of black iron also fell heavily and turned into countless iron filings and fragments. Kill! Kill! An unending stream of Uzun soldiers charged up the mountain, drowning Wang Chong in a massive wave. In this sort of situation, any general, no matter how powerful, would be doomed to death from exhaustion. But Wang Chong was different. He was like an inexhaustible killing machine, constantly unleashing attacks from the summit. More and more corpses piled up, the corpses of the Mengshi, Yusang soldiers piling up into a sea. In this slaughter, Wang Chong grew stronger and stronger. In the end, under countless fearful gazes, he charged toward the imperial martial realm that countless martial artists looked up to. I won't lose. I definitely won't lose. I'll never lose. The shouts in Wang Chong's mind were getting louder and louder. He could no longer feel any pain. Countless sabers and swords slashed at his body, but they were either blocked by his tough armor or bounced off by his boundless bloody stellar energy. 1 quarter, 2 quarters, 3 quarters, time had lost all meaning to Wang Chong. He had already forgotten the outside world, forgotten himself, forgotten everything. The only thought left in his mind was to fight. The corpses piled higher and higher on the mountain. After some time, a majestic and scorching energy like the lava of a volcano erupted from Wang Chong's body. Rumble. Wang Chong only heard a heaven-shaking boom in his mind. In a flash, the entire world seemed to fall silent. For the first time, the Mengshi, Yusang soldiers, who seemed to never fear death, showed fear and panic on their faces. The Imperial Martial Realm. He's reached the Imperial Martial Realm. How? We're just true Martial Realm warriors. We can't possibly deal with an Imperial Martial Realm expert. Retreat. Hurry and retreat. Prime Minister has given the order. Anyone who retreats will die. If we can't reach the summit, only death awaits us. Countless gazes stared at Wang Chong in fear and shock, some of them even trembling in fear. From the very start, Wang Chong had killed tens of thousands of Mengshi Zhao and Uzun soldiers. Everyone believed that he would die of exhaustion, but in reality, not only had Wang Chong not fallen, he had only grown more and more frightening, even breaking into the Imperial Martial Realm in one fell swoop. Wang Chong stood atop the thousands of corpses, his hair blowing against his face, but it could not conceal his vicious, cruel, crazed, and bloodthirsty eyes. Wang Chong looked down from his vantage point. With a simple glance, cries of alarm rang out around him, the boundless and terrifying killing intent causing all the warhorses and soldiers to retreat in fear. Stand aside. I'll kill him. An icy and callous voice came from the sky, and then a massive figure descended from the sky, landing in front of Wang Chong. Clang! A massive 10-armed Bodhi appeared on the summit, its 10 arms pointed at the sky like sharp swords. At first glance, it looked like a dark golden sun. The 10-armed Bodhi was slightly bowed as it looked down at Wang Chong, its entire body exuding waves of thunderous energy. Longkinba. At this moment, the leader of the 5 tiger generals had finally arrived. Bang! Before anyone could react, a dark golden saber chi, Tensum Zhang tall, suddenly descended from the sky. At this moment, Longkinba's body hadn't even moved. In terms of speed and strength, Longkinba could show disdain for all his peers. He was only above Wang Chong, not below him. Bzzz. Longkinba was fast, but Wang Chong was no slower. Wang Chong swiftly raised his arms to block Longkinba's saber. Rumble. The mountain range trembled. In front of the dark golden 10-armed Bodhi tree, a 10-meter-long ravine appeared on the ground. Billowing smoke and dust soared into the sky and filled the mountain top. But the area in front of Wang Chong was completely calm, the ground flat. There was no sign of saber chi. Longkinba's powerful attack had been completely blocked by Wang Chong. How could this be? He was actually able to block an attack from my Bodhi. Within the 10-armed Bodhi, Longkinba's pupils constricted, a look of shock on his face. Other than Wang Yan, Xianyu Zhongtong, Huishu Wuzong, Duan Gechuan, and Jelifeng, the Meng, Yusang, and Yusang commanders, only Sun Luiyue could contend against him. But not even Sun Luiyue could use this sort of method to block his saber. He simply didn't dare to believe that a youth famed for his intelligence like Wang Chong could actually contend against him in martial arts. Just what sort of martial art does he cultivate? No one can contend against the martial arts of the Great Snow Mountain Temple. This is impossible. Longkinba felt like he had been dealt a massive blow. Wang Chong had actually managed to advance by leaps and bounds in such a short amount of time. This completely defied the principles and common sense of martial arts. Not even the vast collection of martial arts manuals or the Great Snow Mountain Temple could do this. Brat, just what are you? Longkinba suddenly realized that just like Prime Minister, he had completely underestimated this youth of the Tang dynasty. Nothing about him could be understood through common sense. Boom! Chapter 627. Buzz. In a flash of light, Wang Chong vanished from the 10-armed Bodhisattva's sight. Before the surrounding Mengshi, Yusang soldiers could see him, Wang Chong had already appeared at the Bodhisattva's side. As the saber and sword clashed, sparks flew. Wang Chong's terrifying attack had been completely blocked by a single arm of the 10-armed Bodhisattva. The 10-armed Bodhisattva of the Great Snow Mountain Temple was famed for its storm-like attacks. In terms of attack speed, very few people could match it, and its 10 arms had no blind spots. No matter which direction Wang Chong attacked from, the Bodhisattva was completely capable of blocking it. I'd like to see just how much skill you have. Wang Chong's attack had thoroughly infuriated Longkinba. As the leader of the 5 tiger generals, Longkinba did not believe that he could lose to a youth of the Tang dynasty. Clang clang clang. The 4 sword-like arms of the Bodhisattva began to spin like gears, emitting a shrill metallic clatter. Rumble. A moment later, Longkinba and Wang Chong vanished from everyone's sight, both of them moving at their maximum speed. The entire summit was filled with their afterimages. Boom! 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 Shockwaves of energy exploded over the summit, filling the air with dust. Horse corpses, human corpses, and gravel were sent flying in every direction. This was the first time Longkinba had brought the Bodhisattva of the Great Snow Mountain Temple to such a level. The 10 sword-like arms of the Bodhisattva, combined with Longkinba's own strength, were like 5 or 6 imperial martial experts attacking Wang Chong at the same time. On the Uzun Plateau, Longkinba's offensive prowess was unparalleled. Not even Xiren Xiangxiong or the experts of the other tribes could compare. But his opponent was Wang Chong. Longkinba's 10-armed bodhisattva was fast, but Wang Chong wasn't slow. Pushing the 6-armed art to its limits, it was like a person with 6 arms. The little yin-yang swords and Wuxia steel swords were also being used to their limits by Wang Chong. Although Wang Chong's 6 arms art was far inferior to Longkinba's 10-armed Bodhi tree, it was enough to contend with Longkinba. Boom! 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 The 10 arms of the 10-armed bodhisattva were like 10 of the sharpest swords, and every single one of them was equivalent to a peerless expert. The 10 arms kept stabbing down, and the saber auras were like the horns of antelopes, leaving no traces behind as they slashed towards Wang Chong. The battle was nearing its end, and Meng Shizhao and Uzun were on the verge of victory. Thus, even though pushing the 10-armed bodhisattva to its peak consumed a great deal of energy, and even though it would experience a period of weakness after the battle, Longkinba no longer cared. Wang Chong was at the top of Prime Minister's must-kill list. In truth, even Longkinba viewed him as a thorn in his side, a mortal malady to the Uzun Plateau. Although few outsiders knew of the plague outbreak on the Uzun Plateau, Longkinba did. No matter what, for the sake of the Uzun Empire, this sort of opponent, this sort of scheming, this sort of intelligence, this sort of skill, could not be allowed to return. Boom! 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 The more Longkinba fought, the more shocked he became. This bewitching Tang dynasty youth was clearly in a state of madness and chaos, but the fighting strength he displayed was the complete opposite. Although he was in a state of madness, the fighting instincts Wang Chong displayed left even an expert like Longkinba feeling a chill. His speed was fast to the extreme, but every move was extremely refined, simple, quick, and effective. There was no superfluous technique in each move. Everything was for the sake of killing and wounding the enemy as quickly and efficiently as possible. Kill. Help General Long kill that brat. Go. Kill that brat and you'll be richly rewarded. Lord General has already held him down. Let's go together and lend General a hand. Seeing Longkinba stop Wang Chong, the countless Uzun soldiers who had just arrived from the rear immediately sensed their chance and charged forward to assist. Buzz! A moment later, as if sensing a threat coming from another direction, Longkinba's eyes lost sight of Wang Chong in a flash of light. Before Longkinba could react, Aya! Screams filled the air as hundreds of Mengshi, Yusang soldiers were thrown into the air. Before they could even land, they were sliced into pieces, their severed limbs flying through the air. Not good. Even Longkinba, the leader of the 5 tiger generals of Uzun, paled at this sight. But it was all too late. The roars of fighting and the Mengshi, Yusang soldiers charging in from all directions were constantly provoking Wang Chong. Wang Chong seemed to have completely given up on Longkinba, turning his attention to the Mengshi, Yusang soldiers. A martial artist skilled in the little yin-yang art and wielding a Wuxia steel sword that could cut hair on the slightest touch made him virtually invincible on this chaotic battlefield. Even worse was that Wang Chong's little yin-yang art could constantly absorb energy from other people, and his growth seemed to be limitless. Screams rose and fell as the entire southeast front became Wang Chong's slaughterhouse. Rumble. By the time Longkinba's 10-armed bodhisattva caught up to Wang Chong with his saber, the entire mountain was covered in Mengshi, Yusang soldiers, profound martial realm, true martial realm, all of them. It was like an Asura's bloodbath. Damn thing, I'm going to kill you. Longkinba's eyes went red as he saw the hundreds of soldiers Wang Chong had slain in the southeast gap, a towering rage erupting from his chest. Wang Chong dared to kill people in front of him, treating him like he was nothing. When had the mighty Uzun, the leader of the 5 tiger generals of the Ngari royal lineage, ever suffered such humiliation? Rumble. His dantian rumbled with a metallic clatter, and a moment later, Longkinba unleashed all the stellar energy in his body. The 10-armed bodhisattva raised its 10 arms and began to attack Wang Chong with a speed several times faster than before. But before Longkinba could get close to Wang Chong, buzz. Without any warning, an invisible energy suddenly descended from the heavens and wrapped around Longkinba's body like an invisible chain. Before Longkinba could react, his strength suddenly dropped by a level. This sudden change in cultivation caused Longkinba's bodhisattva to lose control and almost fall to the ground. Congratulations to user for killing 10 foreign generals and activating the Bane of Generals halo. Longkinba had no idea that at this moment, an icy voice was ringing out in Wang Chang's mind. But he could clearly see that a new halo had appeared under Wang Chang's feet. This was a massive halo of thorns, formed from dark and gold. Within this halo, light and shadow intersected, forming the vague images of sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, shields, all sorts of weapons. Rumble. In a flash, this mysterious halo had spread from Wang Chang's feet to the entire mountain. Looking down from the sky, one could see countless halos flickering in and out of existence. But this time, it was not the halos of the ordinary soldiers, but the halos of all the generals that had dropped by a level. In a flash, all the generals on the mountain had dropped a level, including Longkinba. Just what sort of halo is this? Longkinba paled. In his long life, he had never seen a halo like this. In this world, every halo was used to strengthen oneself, but Wang Chang's halo was different. It seemed to be designed to weaken the enemy. Weakening the soldiers was one thing, but this time, even Longkinba was affected. The moment the Bane of Generals halo appeared on Wang Chang's body, the entire situation on the battlefield instantly changed. Boom! A sword glow shot toward Longkinba like a lightning bolt. In the past, Longkinba would have been completely capable of blocking it, but this time, Longkinba was half a beat too slow. Squelch. The sound of a sharp blade stabbing into flesh. Longkinba had just thought of stopping it when a sharp blade pierced through the stellar energy around his body, pierced through his armor, and plunged into his heart. Thump. Longkinba's knees buckled as he clutched his sword with both hands and kneeled to the ground in disbelief. The energy in his body was being absorbed by that evil sword. It shouldn't be like this. Even in death, Longkinba didn't dare to believe that he had come to kill Wang Chong, but in the end, he would be killed by Wang Chong. A Bane of all generals aura had completely disrupted his rhythm and led to his death. In a battle between experts, every second mattered. At Wang Chang's level and Longkinba's level, the slightest difference in speed could result in death, much less a halo like the Bane of Generals that could weaken a general. The general is dead. When Longkinba's knees buckled and his hands fell to the ground, he was like a boulder falling into water. The entire summit was thrown into an uproar, and the vast army was thrown into an uproar. Everyone was dumbstruck by this sight. Countless pairs of eyes stared at Longkinba's kneeling corpse and that bewitching, crimson figure in front of him, their eyes suffused with deep fear. It was like they were not looking at a person, but some inhuman creature like a demon god. No one had expected Longkinba to die. And to die in such a manner. Swish! The moment Longkinba's head flew high into the air, a powerful wave of panic swept through the army. The Mengshi, Yusang army that had been charging forward without fear of death finally felt a deep fear. Wang Chong was like an unkillable monster. No matter how he fought, no matter how many people came, he would never lose, never tire. Fight! 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 Kill! 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 Wang Chong continued to fight on the summit, fighting wherever there were people. Wherever that bloody light passed, it left behind a trail of terrified corpses. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, the wretched howls only stimulated the killing intent in Wang Chong's heart. He was like a god of death wreaking havoc on the mountain. For a long, long time, it felt like countless eons had passed. All was quiet, the entire world seemingly plunged into a deathly stillness. Finally, the blood in Wang Chong's eyes began to fade, and he gradually regained some of his consciousness. At this moment, He could no longer sense anyone around him. At this moment, that frenzied energy in Wang Chong's body that had been burning like a flame finally began to fade. Wang Chong finally began to feel a deep exhaustion. Little brother, faintly, an anxious voice called out in his ear. The voice was very soft, and it was very far away. Chapter 628. Who was it? Who was calling out? In his daze, something seemed to be moving in front of him. Wang Chong instinctively slashed out with his sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reached his ears, shaking Wang Chong's chaotic mind like thunder. It also shook off the bloody world in Wang Chong's eyes. In his ears, the sound of metal clashing, the sound of warhorses, and the battle cries came again. When Wang Chong opened his eyes, he immediately saw an anxious and handsome young face. Big brother? Wang Chong stared at the anxious young man in front of him in disbelief. The anxious, concerned, and worried young man in front of Wang Chong was Wang Chong's big brother, Wang Fu. His face was pale and he looked very weak. It was also at this moment that Wang Chong noticed that the sword in his hand was fiercely clashing with the wood steel sword in his big brother's hand. The two of them were still locked in a state of battle. His big brother was covered in blood and seemed to be injured. Some of the sword marks seemed to be made from Wuxia steel. What is going on? Wang Chong's mind was in a state of shock. He only remembered charging towards the southeast defense line. He could not remember anything else. What was going on? Little brother, how are you? Wang Fu's voice pulled Wang Chong back to reality. Although he looked calm on the surface, deep anxiety and worry could be seen in the depths of Wang Fu's eyes. I'm fine. Wang Chong panted heavily. Do you remember what just happened? Wang Fu cautiously asked. Wang Chong shook his head. He only remembered charging at Duangachuan and breaking the gap. He could not remember anything else. He could not remember why he seemed to be fighting with his big brother. Phew! Wang Fu heaved a sigh of relief. He looked much more relaxed. Young master, it's okay, it's okay. Behind them, the eagle also heaved a long sigh of relief. Wang Chong looked at the two's cautious demeanor and vaguely thought of something. But soon, Wang Chong thought of something else. Southeast defensive line. He clearly remembered that before he handed over command to the eagle, the entire southeast defense line had collapsed. Little brother, wait a moment. Don't look back yet. Wang Fu sensed something, and his expression changed slightly. He wanted to stop Wang Chong, but it was already too late. Whoosh, the wind howled. Wang Chong turned around and saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Beneath his feet was a vast expanse of corpses, thousands upon thousands, layer upon layer, covering the entire mountaintop. Horse corpses, human corpses, sabers, swords, war banners. There was no end to them. Scarlet blood flowed like a river, flowing past the deathly pale corpses like a waterfall. In a radius of 700 to 800 zhang, not a single Mengshi, Yusang soldier was standing. All the soldiers of Mengshi Zhao and Uzun were pale. They stared at Wang Chong from a distance like he was some demon god from hell, their eyes brimming with fear. Wang Chong only needed to turn around to glance at these valiant and fierce Mengshi, Yusang soldiers and make them retreat in fright. As his gaze swept over the southeastern defense line, Wang Chong saw Tumi Sangza's corpse, Long Kinba's corpse, and the corpses of many other Mengshi, Yusang commanders. Was I really the one who did all this? Wang Chong muttered to himself, his mind reeling in shock at this sight. This was a scene from the underworld of Azura. Even though he didn't dare to believe it, when he saw the Mengshi, Yusang soldiers looking at him like he was some demon god, smelled the thick stench of blood, and sensed the extremely vigorous blood energy in his body despite his exhaustion, Wang Chong vaguely understood something. Little brother, don't think too much. This is a war. Wang Fu, dressed in martial attire, walked up from behind him. And this war is far from over. Wang Fu was correct. Although Wang Chong had single-handedly reversed the tide and saved the southeastern defense line, driving back the tide of Mengshi, Yusang soldiers, this war was far from over. Of the 8 defense lines of the Myriad Stars formation, Wang Chong had only saved the southeastern defense line, changing part of it. And although he had killed tens of thousands of Mengshi, Yusang soldiers in his frenzied state, compared to the remaining 200,000 Mengshi, Yusang soldiers, the 10,000 Wang Chong had killed was nothing. The southwestern defense line, the northwestern defense line, the northeastern defense line, the northern defense line, the western defense line, the southern defense line, these areas were still engaged in fierce fighting. On the massive mountain, Wang Yan's mighty miracle god and Huishu Wuzong's Vairocana Buddha were still locked in battle, and so were Xianyu Zhongtong's Vajra god and Duan Gechuan's two-headed, four-armed demon god of darkness. Wang Chong had driven back the Mengshi, Yusang soldiers from the southeast, but he had also driven them back to the defense line. Good news. Huanfu's Weibo has been opened. If there's anything you want to know, you can find me there. You're welcome to follow me. Carrot, little brother, everyone still needs you. The Tang dynasty still needs you. Wang Fu looked at Wang Chong, his eyes shining with deep anticipation. He had just woken up from his coma. To tell the truth, the fact that Wang Chong had been able to lead the army to this point and hold out for so long had left him very, very shocked. Although they were blood brothers of the same father and mother, Wang Fu had never known that this mischievous third brother of his was hiding such a powerful talent for war. In terms of skill in the art of war, there was no question that his little brother, Wang Chong, was far superior to him. At a time like this, only his little brother could lead them out of this predicament. Little brother, whether we fight or retreat, I will support you. Losing a battle is not the fault of a soldier. It's already quite impressive that we've been able to last this long. After all, Mengshi Zhao and Uzun have far too many people. Wang Fu said. The battle was not over, nor had it reached the worst stage. Thus, whether the Annam Protectorate wanted to preserve its strength and retreat or choose to continue fighting, there was still time. Wang Fu decided to leave the decision to his little brother, Wang Chong. I won't retreat. I will not retreat from this battle. Wang Chong interrupted Wang Fu before he could finish speaking. The southeastern defense line had not been broken. If it was temporarily preserved, there was still a chance. Kind. Wang Chong unsheathed his long sword. Without another word, he quickly walked towards the top of the mountain. The eagle, follow me. In his mind, the Stone of Destiny's warnings rang out continuously. The Annam Protectorate's numbers were at an extremely dangerous level. If they continued to drop, Wang Chong could be obliterated at any moment. But Wang Chong would never allow himself to retreat. The Annam Protectorate had no path of retreat. The Tang dynasty also had no path of retreat. As long as the Annam Protectorate retreated one step, it would fall like dominoes, leaving behind a crumbling central plains. One step back, one step back. When the time came, it would no longer be a matter of the Annam Protectorate's legacy, nor would it be a matter of the Southwest. Not even his big brother Wang Fu knew that no one on this mountain, including his big brother Wang Fu, had a path of retreat. And in Wang Chong's view, this war was far from a lost cause. There was still a chance to turn things around. Whoosh! The black banner fluttered in the wind. On the summit, that tall banner had long ago been cut in half, the cut left behind by Uzun's scimitar. But this flag that represented the Great Tang, the Annam Protectorate, had been forcibly replanted on the summit of the mountain after only half of it had been cut. The sky was overcast, and as Wang Chong looked down from the summit, he could see corpses piled up on the mountain. The Mengshi, Yusang soldiers were fighting in various places. The eastern front that had collapsed had been patched up at some point. Big brother. He had no idea what had just happened, much less when the eastern front had been patched up. But when he saw those familiar formations, Wang Chong understood everything. There was no question that his big brother had appeared at the crucial moment, leading the army to patch up the eastern gap. Axemen, retreat. Shield soldiers, advance. Pass on my order to the western front. General Zhang, lead the spearmen and charge to the southwest. Pass on my order to the northern front. The second and third formations, 30 paces to the left, are to cut off the Yuzhen cavalry and the Mengshi Zhao cavalry. Pass on my order to all cavalry to immediately retreat to the summit and await further orders. Pass on my order. The archers are to collect arrows and think of a way to create a final volley of arrows. Pass on my order to the smiths of the army to gather at the summit and think of a way to forge a volley of ballistae. No inscriptions are required. Pass on my order to Sun Luiyue, Luoji, Zhao Wujiang, and Lin Wushou, Generals Sun Luiyue, Luoji, and Zhao Wujiang, and Lin Wushou, to hand over command to their deputies. Finish the battle with the enemy and think of a way to deal with the giant elephant corps on the southern front. The 5th and 6th formations, move to the southeast. The 14th and 17th formations, move to the northwest. The 23rd and 26th formations, move to the northeast. The Myriad Stars formation, pull back. Wang Chong stood under the flagpole and issued a series of orders one after another. After the gap in the southeast defense line and the eastern defense line were blocked, the danger faced by the Annam Protectorate and the Myriad Stars formation was greatly reduced. Although Duan Gechuan's fatal blow had caused the inexperienced Myriad Stars formation to collapse and a large number of Annam Protectorate soldiers to die, it had also caused a large amount of empty space on the summit, giving Wang Chong another chance to activate the Myriad Stars formation. Buzz! A series of orders were passed down one after another. When Wang Chong's orders were passed down, the entire Annam Protectorate seemed to have found its backbone and calmed down once again. When Wang Chong chose to retreat, shrink the defense line, and gather at the summit, the originally stagnant Myriad Stars formation, after shrinking several times in size, actually began to move slowly again. And the more it moved, the faster it moved. Damn it! How is this possible? At the bottom of the mountain, Daluan Ruozen's expression changed when he saw this. Duan Gechuan was the Irai general, and his position was no lower than that of Huishu Wuzong. Huishu Wuzong had no jurisdiction over him at all. Naturally, he could not restrict or predict his actions. To be honest, even Daluan Ruozen was quite surprised when the Irai general suddenly launched a thunderous attack after holding back for so long. But he had to admit that his actions were quite effective. Now that Wang Chong's Myriad Stars formation had finally collapsed, there was no way Daluan Ruozen would allow Wang Chong to activate the Myriad Stars formation again. Having seen the damage of the Myriad Stars formation, Daluan Ruozen knew very well what it meant for Mengshi Zhao and Yuzhen. Chapter 629. Pass on my order. No matter the cost, we must press forward. Send in the executioners and supervisors as well. No matter the cost, we can't let that fellow activate the formation again. At the end, Daluan Ruozen was almost roaring with anxiety. Daluan Ruozen had always been known for his elegance, and composure. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had been forced into such a state. But at this crucial moment, when facing an opponent like Wang Chong, he couldn't help but worry. Against an opponent of Wang Chong's level, the slightest mistake could result in a complete reversal of the situation. And Daluan Ruozen had no desire to be such a loser. Gallop, gallop. Under Daluan Ruozen's order, the entire Mengshi, Yusang army surged toward the summit like a tide. More than 70% of the steel walls on the summit had already been torn down by the Mengshi, Yusang army. The Annam Protectorate was no longer as much of a threat to the Mengshi, Yusang army as it had been before. Archers, fire! No matter how unwilling Daluan Ruozan and Jelifeng's forces were, no matter how unwilling they were, the archers on the summit, picking up the arrows and adding on the volley of arrows forged by the craftsmen led by Zhang Shoji, these archers that Wang Chong had stubbornly guarded at the heart of the mountain had played their final and most crucial role. Thwish thwish thwish. As the dense rain of arrows fell from the sky, landing on the crucial points of the Mengshi Zhao and Yusang armies to the southeast, they began to fall like dominoes. This little bit of chaos became widespread chaos, ultimately becoming a localized chaos. In the end, the rhythm of the Mengshi Yusang assault was completely disrupted. And the Annan Protectorate now had its most crucial opportunity. Boom! The entire mountaintop shook. The Annan Protectorate's myriad stars formation, which had shrunk a lot, was activated again. Although the scale had shrunk a lot, it matched the unique narrow space of the mountain peak, causing this famous killing formation to once again unleash its terrifying power. Countless Mengshi Yusang soldiers fell, and Mengshi Zhao and Uzan suffered several times the casualties of the Tang dynasty. In Wang Chang's mind, the constant warnings from the Stone of Destiny gradually weakened, and the frequency of its appearance was no longer as high. However, the Annan Protectorate situation was still far from being resolved. Young master, are we really not retreating? On top of the mountain, the eagle was anxious. The Annan Protectorate had once more displayed its formidable fighting power. For every Annan Protectorate soldier killed, 7 to 8 Mengshi Yusang soldiers were buried with him. If this situation continued, the best-case scenario was that both sides would suffer heavy losses. The Mengshi Yusang army would suffer heavy losses, but the Annan Protectorate would also fight to the last man. The eagle himself was not afraid of death. Even if he died here with the tens of thousands of Annan Protectorate soldiers, the eagle would have no regrets. But Wang Chong could not die here. Wang Chong possessed a talent for command that far surpassed all other generals, and this war of the Southwest was the best opportunity for him to make a name for himself. Wang Chong had already amply displayed his abilities to the famed generals of the Southwest like Daluan Ruozan and Huishu Wuzang. To use 100,000 soldiers to fight against 500,000 soldiers of the Mengshi Yusang army, with several 100,000 of them composed of the strongest cavalry of all soldiers. Not even Daluan Ruozan could do this. Purely in terms of the art of war, not even Daluan Ruozan could compare to him. In the future, given his talent, Wang Chong would assuredly become the hope of the entire Tang dynasty and a general that would shock the world. No matter what, he should not die here. The eagle's head was slightly lowered, his eyes flashing. One of his hands was hidden in his sleeve, brimming with energy. Wang Chang's mind was not on him at all. The eagle was thinking that if the situation went awry and Wang Chong was unwilling to leave, he could knock Wang Chong unconscious and drag him away. We still haven't lost, we still haven't lost. Uzan and Mengshi Zhao haven't won. We still have a chance. A voice suddenly rang out in his ear. The eagle lowered his head and saw Wang Chong seated cross-legged at the base of the banner, his face filled with astonishment. Young master, what did you say? At this point in the battle, not even the eagle knew how the Annan Protectorate could win. All its cards had been used, all its trump cards used. Everything was laid out in the open, and the eagle truly could not see where the Annan Protectorate could win. But Wang Chong never panicked, especially at a crucial moment like this. We still have hope, we definitely still have hope. As Wang Chong spoke, he slowly raised his head and looked to the south, to the other end of the world, his eyes bright. The Tang dynasty had not lost, nor had the Annan Protectorate. Only Wang Chong knew that the Southwest still had one last chance, one last hope. Everything has been arranged. Now it's all up to you. Wang Chong faced the south and said something only he could hear. Wang Chong had written down all his plans on the silk pouch, but Wang Chong had no confidence in whether that person would be able to arrive on the battlefield in time. Everyone's lives are in your hands. Now, we can only hope that you have already arrived, Wang Chong suddenly stood up and issued the most important order since he had awakened. "The eagle, send the signal." "Ah." The eagle's face was full of astonishment, unable to react. "Have you forgotten the signal I told you 3 days ago?" Wang Chong said. He turned to look at the eagle, his expression incomparably grave. In a flash, a series of thoughts flashed through his mind, and the eagle suddenly remembered something. 3 days ago, Wang Chong had given him an important signal, but he hadn't said anything else. The eagle had never thought that the signal would be used at such a crucial time. Even now, the eagle did not understand what the signal represented. Screech! In the next moment, the entire battlefield suddenly heard the high-pitched cry of an eagle. Just below the dense dark clouds overhead, a huge eagle flew down from the clouds and let out a series of rhythmic cries that no one knew what it meant. The high-pitched cry of the eagle traveled hundreds of miles and resounded throughout the sky. What is he doing? Wang Chong's sudden action attracted the attention of many people. At the foot of the mountain, Jelifeng and Daluan Ruozhen raised their heads to look at the giant eagle in the sky. In the midst of the intense battlefield, the sudden cry of the giant eagle was particularly abrupt. Although they did not know what this meant, based on their understanding of Wang Chong, the two commanders of Mengshi Zhao and Uzun instinctively maintained a high level of vigilance. But after the eagle's cry, nothing happened. In the distance, all was quiet and tranquil. On the battlefield, the tragic war was still going on, and nothing had changed. What is that fellow doing? Daluan Ruozhen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the giant eagle overhead. He could not understand the sudden appearance of this giant eagle and the fact that nothing had changed. On the other side, Jelifeng's confusion was no less than his own. Although he rarely participated in decision-making, he was no less wary of the youngest son of the Wang clan than Daluan Ruozhen. No matter what plan you have, it's all useless at this time. We don't believe that you can still play any tricks at this time. Jelifeng looked up, his eyes bursting with a sharp light. The war in the southwest had already been decided. He, Jelifeng, had already proved to everyone that the Tang dynasty was not unbeatable. Although they had suffered grievous losses, as long as Mengshi Zhao and Uzun's alliance remained, Mengshi Zhao could deal with the Tang dynasty's subsequent attacks. More importantly, as long as the Tang dynasty's southwest was obtained, Mengshi Zhao would truly be able to escape the predicament of the Arai. And now, in order to deal with a common enemy, Jelifeng would think of a way to obtain assistance from the other empires. In the end, Mengshi Zhao's losses would be recouped and they would obtain even greater benefits. This was Jelifeng's position in the War of the Southwest. Jelifeng's thoughts did not last for long. A moment later, all his ambitions for the Southwest were shattered. "Your Majesty, look over there." No one knew who spoke. Jelifeng subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a thick plume of black smoke rising from the horizon. The first plume was followed by the second, the third. In the end, the entire horizon was engulfed in flames and thick smoke. In the distance, one could even hear shouts and the sounds of fighting. In a flash, Jelifeng seemed to suffer a heavy blow, his face draining of blood and turning as white as a sheet of paper. For the first time, this emperor of the southwest who rarely revealed his emotions revealed panic and unease in his eyes. The granary. Jelifeng's entire body trembled, only one thought remaining in his mind. That direction was where Mengshi Zhao stored his grain. In order to prevent the Tang dynasty from raiding the granaries at night and burning them down, Jelifeng had built the granaries in the rear of the army and had soldiers stationed to guard them. Uzun and Mengshi Zhao's daily consumption was enormous, especially in the later stages. Jelifeng was also responsible for all of Uzun's provisions, so Jelifeng had dispatched many peasants and laborers to build massive granaries. Jelifeng had never imagined that the granaries of more than 200,000 soldiers would be attacked at a time like this. Judging from the roaring flames and thick smoke, this conflagration was definitely not small. All the granaries were likely to be in danger. How could this be? Where did the soldiers guarding the granaries go? Jellyfang's eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his teeth and looked in disbelief into the distance. He clearly remembered that there were still 5,000 soldiers there, so why hadn't he received any news? But this was no longer important. All the soldiers had been thrown into the battlefield on the mountain, and the battle was at its most intense, but Jellyfang had no soldiers to send back to reinforce them. Wang Chong. Chapter 630. The army in Meng Shizhao's rear is on fire. On the summit, the eagle stared in disbelief at the blazing flames in the distance. To him, this was a miracle. The eagle had never imagined that the signal Wang Chong had discussed with him 3 days ago was for this. Ha ha ha, Li Sai, I knew that you wouldn't disappoint me. Wang Chong heartily laughed as he looked into the distance, his eyes bright and the dark clouds on his brow swept away. The most crucial moment of the war had finally arrived. After completing his mission of spreading the sheep plague on the plateau, Li Sai had followed the final order in Wang Chong's silk pouch and hurried to the southwest. Before departing from the capital, Wang Chong had already made his plans. The Tang dynasty would find it very difficult to win this war, and this was their last and only chance to defeat the Mengshi, Yusang army. The Uzan plateau was already rife with the plague, the corpses of cattle and sheep covering the ground. And now, the granaries of Meng Shizhao's army had been successfully burned down. With the provisions of the Mengshi, Yusang alliance burned, there was no longer any path of retreat. Even if Daluan Ruozan Huishu Wuzong were willing to let the Uzan army use Meng Shizhao's provisions, it would be useless. Because there was nothing left. Grain. Could. Use. Have. Jellyfang, it's up to you to choose. Wang Chong looked down the mountain at the figure exuding the aura of an emperor, his eyes shining brightly. Bastard. Jellyfang's face contorted. This hegemon of the Arai of the southwest was even more furious than Wang Chong had imagined. Those granaries in the rear not only contained the provisions for hundreds of thousands of soldiers, but also the long-cherished wish and dream of Jellyfang's. Without provisions, whether they won or lost, Jellyfang would have to retreat after this battle. On the other hand, Uzan's men might have retreated even faster than Meng Shizhao's men. Without Uzan's support, Meng Shizhao would definitely not be able to resist the next wave of attacks from the Tang dynasty. In the southwest of the Tang dynasty, all the common people were affected by the war. They either hid deep in the mountains or fled with their families, or buried their food. Even if Jellyfang wanted to gather food, it would take a long time. More importantly, if they dispersed their forces, Meng Shizhao would not be able to withstand a single blow from the Tang dynasty in the future. The dream that Jellyfang had prepared for decades was almost destroyed in a day. If you destroy my dream, I will first destroy the Annam Protectorate, then kill you. All of you will die today. Jellyfang's whole body trembled, and she was completely enraged. Meng Shizhao had never been angry when so many of his soldiers were killed or injured. But when thick smoke rose from afar and the granary was burned, Jellyfang was completely enraged. Kacha. A force passed from Jellyfang's body to his legs and the carriage under his feet. With a crisp sound, the magnificent gold-plated bronze carriage was instantly torn apart. Jellyfang's body fell from the carriage to the ground. At that moment, the earth trembled. Buzz. Jellyfang's face was twisted, and his expression was ferocious. A thick murderous aura condensed and exploded from his body. The air around Jellyfang's body was all twisted. Stepping forward, Jellyfang strode up the mountain. The earth trembled under his feet. With every step Jellyfang took, the earth trembled violently, as if it could not bear his weight. The king of Arai no longer had the aura of an emperor. All that was left was the murderous intent in her heart. All of you, die. Jellyfang stomped his feet, and with a bang, he suddenly soared into the sky. When he landed, he was already dozens of feet away. Buzz. When Jelifeng walked up the mountain, a golden flame rose from his body. This golden flame grew with the wind, and it expanded continuously. By the time Jelifeng reached the midpoint of the mountain, the golden flames had already transformed into a giant Buddha that was over 100 feet tall. Half of the Buddha's body was bright and pure gold, like fire and flame, while the other half was as black as ink, like iron and steel. 6 golden and black arms spread out like fans as he strode up the mountain. Rumble. Wherever the gigantic Buddha passed, the earth rumbled, and rocks split apart with a loud rumble. Those who block me will die. Wang Chong, you destroyed my granary. I will make you pay with your life. Jelifeng's thunderous roar reverberated over the battlefield. There were 3 great generals on the battlefield of the southwest. Wuxia Wuzong and Duangechuan each counted as one, while Jelifeng was the hidden third. From the very start, Jelifeng, as the sovereign of Irai, had never taken action. This was the first time he had done so. The appearance of great generals Wuxia Huizong and Duangechuan had already placed an enormous pressure on the Annan Protectorate army, and now that 3 top-class great generals had appeared in the Mengshi, Yusang army, it was like a storm had arrived, and everyone felt a suffocating pressure. Young master, it's not good. Run. As he watched Jelifeng's Mengshi Zhao's Biji Buddha walk down the mountain, the eagle paled. Even from this distance, he could sense the vast and destructive energy within Jelifeng's body, as well as a frenzied killing intent. Wang Chong had completely destroyed Mengshi Zhao's granary, but he had also provoked the frenzied killing intent of the sovereign of Irai. Wang Chong was just a 17-year-old youth, but he had actually attracted the attention and killing intent of the sovereign of Irai, Jelifeng, to the point of personally coming to kill him. This was something that would be very difficult to believe. But this was definitely not good news. The eagle, get out of the way. Wang Chong pushed aside the eagle, his eyes glimmering with a special light. I can leave at any other time, but not now. Wang Chong's eyes glimmered with an indescribable meaning, but even the eagle, who had followed him for so long, did not understand what it meant. Jelifeng, Daluan Ruozhen, ha ha ha. You've already lost. It's already come to this, do you still not understand? You've completely lost this war. Mengshi Zhao and Uzun will both pay the price. Wang Chong laughed loudly. This was a desperate measure. Uzun and Mengshi Zhao had no way out now. Even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Although Wang Chong did not think so. At the base of the mountain, Daluan Ruozhen instantly paled at Wang Chong's words. Having been forced into this state by Wang Chong, he had nothing to say. But on the other end, the rage in Jelifeng's heart seemed to have been ignited, growing fiercer and fiercer. Foul brat, I'll take your life. Jelifeng leapt into the air, speeding up the mountain. At the edge of the summit, he could already see Wang Chong's figure. Wang Chong was standing on 2 feet, motionless and fearless. Come, Jelifeng. I'll let you kill me. The winds howled as Wang Chong gazed down the mountain at Jelifeng, his robes flapping in the wind and his eyes bright. This attitude only served to further agitate Jelifeng. With the War of the Southwest having developed to this point, if there was one person that Jelifeng had to kill, it was Wang Chong. Jelifeng's desire to kill Wang Chong was now even greater than Daluan Ruozhen's. If you want to die, we will fulfill your wish. Jelifeng gazed at the summit, the only person left in his eyes was Wang Chong, the main culprit of all this. He was completely unaware that while his attention was focused on Wang Chong, 2 eyes had already fallen upon him. Bang! Jelifeng stomped on the ground. The enormous Biji Buddha spread its 6 arms and soared into the air, charging up the mountain. Not good. Your Majesty, watch out. Suddenly, 2 anxious shouts came from his left and right. Even Jelifeng was taken aback by this sudden development. More importantly, Jelifeng could clearly tell that these were the voices of Wuxia Wuzong and Duangechuan. What's going on here? In that moment, Jelifeng's mind was in chaos. Your Majesty, get out of the way. Jelafeng had never heard Duan Gechuan so panicked and heart-wrenching. And wasn't Jelafeng fighting with Xian Yuzhongtong? Wasn't Wuxia Wuzong also fighting with Wang Yan? Just what was going on here? Boom! Boom! Before Zhao could react, 2 explosions rang out in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. At the same time, 2 terrifying qis rapidly approached her. Not good. No matter how slow Jelafeng was, she could tell that something had happened. Alas, it was too late. Wang Yan and Xian Yuzhongtong had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Jelafeng, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hand over your life. You're finally here. The earth rumbled and the mountains swayed. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, a scene that no one had expected happened on the battlefield. Jelafeng was so furious that she did not notice that when Wang Chong appeared at the top of the mountain, he had already been lured to the area between Xian Yuzhongtong and Wang Yan. This was the final battle. Throughout the entire process, Wang Yan and Xian Yuzhongtong had been fighting against Wuxia Wuzong and Duan Gechuan. The 2 of them did not reveal any flaws. Even Wuxia Wuzong and Duan Gechuan did not notice any signs. However, when Jelafeng walked between the 2 of them, Xian Yuzhongtong and Wang Yan, who had been fighting fiercely, suddenly gave up on their opponents at the same time. As if they had planned this for a long time, they pounced on Jelafeng. Giant Spirit Strike. Sky God's Fury. Wang. The battlefield was in an uproar. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, the enormous Sky Spirit God and Sky Vajra God used all the strength in their bodies to launch a pincer attack from the left and right, simultaneously striking the defenseless Jelafeng. One-on-one, Jelafeng did not fear them at all. However, when Wang Yan and Xian Yuzhongtong joined forces, even Jelafeng was no match for them. Ah! Jelafeng let out an earth-shattering scream. Under the horrified gazes of Duan Gechuan, Wuxia Wuzong, and all the other Mengshi Zhao soldiers, the Mengshi Zhao incarnation of Jelafeng violently exploded. The flames dissipated, and Jelafeng's body appeared in midair. It was tumbling down the mountain from the massive shockwave. Pooh! Before Jelafeng's body even landed, her eyes were already tightly shut. Her face was pale, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Your Majesty! Not good. Something has happened to His Majesty. Hurry and save His Majesty. Up and down the mountain, all the Mengshi Zhao soldiers who saw this scene were filled with panic. Jelafeng was the ruler of the entire Mengshi Zhao, and he was also the ruler of the entire Irai 6 Zhao. In the entire Mengshi Zhao Empire, he had a supreme status and enormous rallying power. As long as he said the word, countless people would be willing to die for him. No one had expected that something would happen to Jelafeng at this time. Imperial Father. Chapter 631. Fenjie had always felt a deep reverence for his father, treating him as his life's goal and model. No matter what, nothing could happen to his father. Your Majesty. At this moment, Duan Gechuan was even more panicked and terrified than Fenjie. As Mengshi Zhao's only great general, Duan Gechuan had a composed and shrewd personality, rarely revealing his true abilities. But Jelafeng's heavy injury had caused the Irai great general of Mengshi Zhao to reveal a completely different side: panic, anxiety, and fear. At this moment, Duan Gechuan had none of his previous composure. Your Majesty, we still haven't begun our grand hegemony. Nothing can happen to you. Duan Gechuan was about to go crazy. Jelafeng and Duan Gechuan were lord and minister, but only Duan Gechuan knew that they were also friends, brothers, companions who had walked the same path, supported each other, and shared the same dream. To bring Mengshi Zhao's tiny kingdom out of Mengshi Zhao and dominate the world, this had always been a dream that Jelafeng and Duan Gechuan had persisted in for decades. Your Majesty, no matter what, nothing can happen to you. Duan Gechuan's heart was burning with anxiety and a deep rage. Wang Yan, Xianyu Zhongtong, I want your lives. Boom! Xianyu Zhongtong and Duan Gechuan's palms clashed and were sent flying. On the other side, Wang Yan had also been injured by Huishu Wuzong. But it was all too late. With the war in the southwest having developed to this point, Wang Chang's difficult plans had already been realized. On the summit, the Mengshi Zhao soldiers were in chaos, and under the charge of more than 100,000 Mengshi Zhao soldiers, all the Yuzhen soldiers were routed. To shoot a man, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the king. Jelifeng's fall was a devastating blow to the Mengshi Yusang army. Kill! Kill! Almost at the same time that Jelifeng fell, suddenly, an earth-shattering battle cry came from the foot of the mountain. A troop of nearly 1,000 cavalrymen lined up in a long line, swinging their long swords that gleamed with a cold light as they charged over from the distant sky, stirring up clouds of yellow sand and dust. Although there weren't many of them, this group of nearly 1,000 cavalrymen had a thunderous momentum. Although there weren't even 1,000 of them, they exuded a horrifying aura like that of an army of thousands of men and horses. In front of everyone was a Fergana horse that was taller than a person. It had a large and robust physique, and it was carrying a muscular man who was more than 2 meters tall and exuded a wild aura like a giant. On the back of the muscular man was a huge sword that was even taller than a person. It was extremely eye-catching, and even from far away, one could feel a strong impact. Li Sai. Young master, it's Li Sai. On the summit, Eagle stood on his tiptoes, overjoyed at the sight of the nearly 1,000 cavalrymen rolling over. He had been with Li Sai for so long that he was extremely familiar with Li Sai and the large sword on his back. He really did make it. Wang Chong walked to the edge of the summit and looked into the distance, his eyes flashing with satisfaction. He had learned that Li Sai had arrived on the battlefield even before Eagle had. Although he was still far from reaching the heights of the future, in this battle, this future invincible great general of the Tang dynasty had truly not disappointed him. Rumble. The cavalry led by Li Sai arrived with incredible speed. By the time he and his cavalry appeared before everyone's eyes, they had already reached their maximum speed. And beneath Li Sai's feet was a unique storm halo that pushed the speed of the entire army to the limit. Rumble. The earth rumbled and the warhorses galloped. To Li Sai's cavalry, who had reached their maximum speed, this long distance was covered in only a few moments. When the cavalry charged at full speed and charged to the limit, that kind of speed was unimaginable to anyone. This was also the reason why cavalry were known as the kings of all soldiers. Rumble. Several li was covered in the blink of an eye. In a few short moments, Li Sai's cavalry had collided with the Mengshi Yusang vanguard. Aya! Screams shook the heavens, like a massive beast charging into a flock of sheep. No one could stop this charge of nearly 1,000 cavalry. Any Mengshi Yusang soldier that got close would be tossed into the air as if they were nothing. But before they could land on the ground, extremely fast saber energies flashed past, cleaving them into pieces and dropping them to the ground. In the War of the Southwest, an organized army equipped with Wuxia steel weapons was displaying its might for the first time. Aya! Countless screams could be heard as the nearly 1,000 cavalry led by Li Sai tore through the enemy like there was no one there. Those who block me will die. Kill! Li Sai's eyes glowed with a bloody light as he gripped the massive Wuxia steel sword that Wang Chong had personally forged in his hands. Man and horse became one as they charged through the vast Mengshi Yusang army. He had waited for this battle for a long time. He had also wanted to end the mission and return to the battlefield to help Wang Chong, who was in dire straits. But in the end, Li Sai had managed to restrain himself. Wang Chong had an entire plan for the southwest, and Wang Chong needed his help. His plan on the plateau was far more important than his slaughter on the battlefield. But now, Li Sai could finally completely release the rage and killing intent in his heart. Those who offend the Tang dynasty must be executed, no matter how far away they are. Li Sai's eyes were bloodshot as he let out an earth-shattering roar. He galloped up the mountain, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Wherever he went, hundreds of Mengshi, Yusang soldiers would scream as they were thrown into the air and then chopped into pieces by the chaotic saber energy. From the base of the mountain to the summit, this army of nearly 1,000 soldiers would quickly cleave the Mengshi, Yusang army in two. While Li Sai was leading the Wuxia steel army up the mountain, Wang Chang's side was also moving. Pass on my order. Cavalry, get ready. Wang Chong raised an arm, his bright eyes looking down the mountain. The collapse of Jelifeng had triggered a domino effect, throwing the Mengshi, Yusang army into chaos. Not even Duan Gechuan was in the mood to continue fighting, much less the others. But to Wang Chong, this was still far from enough. Get ready. Move out. Following Wang Chong's order, the Mengshi, Yusang army had already cleared half of the river of caltrops that Wang Chong had left behind. With a massive boom, several dozen craftsmen and synchronized soldiers suddenly appeared on the summit. At this moment, no one poured caltrops here to replenish the river of caltrops. Instead, huge steel plates slid down the river of caltrops. 1 plate, 2 plates, 3 plates. One by one, the craftsmen and soldiers stepped on the steel plates, quickly connecting the steel plates one by one with an extremely skilled speed. The entire process was quiet, light, and quick, with no unnecessary movements. In just a few moments, a path of steel plates had appeared over the river of caltrops. Neigh! The warhorse neighed as Wang Chong mounted the white-hoofed shadow and rode down the mountain on the river of caltrops. All cavalry, follow me. Charge with all your might. Wang Chong raised his sword, his thunderous voice echoing through the sky. Rumble. In a flash, all the cavalry surged down. Clang clang clang. Bolstered by the halo of Dusk Stallion and borrowing the steep terrain of the mountain, the entire army rapidly rose to an astonishing speed, even surpassing Li Sai. Kaiyil. Kaiyil. Like a silver bottle exploding, the several thousand Tang dynasty cavalry led by Wang Chong stabbed into the chaotic Mengshi, Yusang army like a sword, splitting the battlefield in two. Kaiyil. Kaiyil. On the summit, the eagle had already received the order to launch the general assault. Boom! A roar like that of a tsunami came from the summit. In an instant, thousands of Annam Protectorate soldiers roared as they charged down the mountain like a flood. The myriad stars formation that had left the Mengshi, Yusang army trembling in fear had finally collapsed, but not in the way that everyone had imagined. As the tens of thousands of soldiers of the Annan Protectorate army maintained their formation and charged down the mountain with a callous and decisive momentum, the Mengshi, Yusang army immediately began to crumble and fall apart, one army after another. Ah! My hand! Run! The Tang people are coming. His Majesty's fate is unknown. We've already failed. Defeated, the army has been defeated. Everyone, run for your lives. The Mengshi, Yusang army was thrown into disarray. Howls, tramples, shouts, the neighing of horses, the clanging of weapons, it was a miserable scene. Many soldiers were even trampled, squeezed, and killed in the process of escaping. The more than 200,000 casualties of the Mengshi, Yusang army reached an astonishing rate. There was not a single unit on the summit that could resist. Even if someone tried to resist, they would be drowned in the flood or even trampled to death. The general trend of the army's defeat was set in stone, and no one could change it. At the base of the mountain, Doluan Ruozan stared at the crumbling flood, his hands and feet cold and his mind in disarray. It can't be, it can't be. Doluan Ruozan clenched his fists, his body trembling, and even his eyes turning red. He found it impossible to believe that the 500,000 soldiers of the Mengshi, Yusang army would lose to the 180,000 soldiers of the Anam Protectorate and its meager reinforcements. Just a moment ago, the Anam Protectorate army had been on the verge of complete defeat. Mengshi Zhao and Uzun had been on the verge of victory, but a moment later, the entire Mengshi, Yusang army collapsed like a landslide. When the Anam Protectorate abandoned defense and turned from defense to offense, charging down the mountain like a flood, it was a one-sided slaughter. More than 200,000 cavalry, 30 years of accumulation, and more than a month of bitter fighting, in the end, it was all about to turn into bubbles. To Daluan Ruozan, this was not just a battle. It represented the entire grand strategy of the Uzun Empire, the ambition to use the southwest to pry open the Tang dynasty and the entire Central Plains. But in the end, this battle was about to be lost. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.